Good morning.
I cannot do this yet.
All right. Let me see. Have some offerings to get to Swifty if they're on. Also have a bit of breakfast sausage to work on. Well, just sausage. Okay. One horror. Ah.
Yeah, this for the players out there. Check out this dope shit, man. Players another down, we getting paid. Another day, another dollar living in the bay. Hustling for my fetty, trying to pay in my escape. I ain't staying in the matrix, really trying to get my pay. This is for the players. Players another down, we getting paid. Another day, another dollar.
So I have a few things I want to do today. I want to focus on continuing my Atlas progression. See what maps I'm missing. I'm still missing P5 alleyways, but otherwise I'm done with white maps. P6 Arachnid Tomb. P9 Haunted Mansion. Okay, I'm mostly done with whites and yellows. Really just need to start pushing more maps of Spain and red maps. Which maybe means grabbing these heads here soon. That shouldn't be too bad. Got plenty of Kirak missions. We already have everything we need from pillars. I mean, I could do a blighted map. Blighted maps are fun. It's a lava lake, which I need, but it's not corrupted. Ooh, there is a corrupted channel. I might do that over the blighted map, assuming it's runnable. Which I think it should be. Yeah. So we do that. Oh. Well, I died. I didn't stand a chance, I just disappeared. That's not an elemental weakness I want. 30 elements. Hopefully that's a one-off, not a trend. The extra projectiles combined with chain is kind of mean. I might not summon my golem. See if I can live without it. Get much less regen without it. But chain's making me take double damage while it's up, just about. Oh, okay. Okay, pack size, quantity of artifacts in chest, quantity of items in chest, quantity of artifacts for monsters, log books. So we always start with log books. And might as well grab stacked decks on the way. Mainly looking at hitting all of the holes we can. Actually, we have more holes total if we go this way. Okay, this has potential to be a little bit mean. I'm going to push forward a touch and block a portal. That way if it gets real bad, I'm on the opposite side of it when I spawn in, so I can just run past the map boss if needed, because as seen there, it is looking a bit mean. Oh, and I have my column up, unfortunately. I could try to get rid of that. Okay. Okay, this is going to be a little bit slow going. have some sort of region. Hey Reader, hey Candy, how are you both doing? Good morning, or good evening to you, Candy. Hey, the Jakku, how are you doing? It's a rain day, still at work today. I shoot grades for excavation. So I know what excavation is, obviously, and I'm like, know what grades are. Shooting grades, is that like, when I think shooting, I think photography. Is that a like some form of surveying or giving elevations for the machines to take away? Okay, cool. How do you like that? Ow. Just a scary map and a scary expedition on top of it. Oh. Ow. Well, I do have a little bit of exciting, at least for me, news for the stream. I have added a new channel point reward, which Candy has already discovered, it seems. So I've wanted to add the ability to do song requests for a little while, but I've also wanted to stick to oh, this is not great. I've also wanted to stick to like, copyright free is not technically the right term, but essentially copyright free music. And I now have a way to do that. Well, back to work. Not much doing. Alright, Jakku. Hope work goes well for you. 1,528 old songs? I think a bunch of those are not necessarily old. You mean old in that the songs came out a long time ago, or old in that you think they're old person music? Because I think both are not true. Just let us pick any songs we want. For now, at least, I am wanting to steer clear of copyright concerns. Oh, I might not even be able to finish this map. Holy cow. And so the alternative is no song requests. But if you want, you could choose from those songs. Meds reminder, I have taken meds today with the exception of my ADHD meds, which is probably one of the more important ones, but I am out of that for the moment. So I probably should clarify that somewhere. The request needs to be by, like, song title and artist. So let's see. Oh, I'm going to die, one sec. I can refund the channel points in a minute. But I think it tends to work best if you do the, like, artist and then dash and then the song name. He lies again? Yeah, so sometimes it doesn't always work. So this was something recently added to the the song playing like request app that I use with the chatbot, and I've noticed it has problems with a couple of the songs, but it does work for most of them. Okay, I did get the bonus for the map. Make it safe in this corner. And pull up the refund. Yeah, it doesn't like URLs. Yeah, this is new. There might be some kinks a little bit. Give me a moment. I'm pulling it up, trying to see what song you're referring to. So you're referring to number 1512. Refund from the beginning of time. I'm sorry, that's not quite going to happen. So, could do something like this, I think. Maybe. The bands I could see. Okay, let's try one more time. Maybe. Wow, this is not going well. Okay, let me pull up to the view where I could give the refunds and stuff. Faceless. Candy. I see you immediately went for the candies in the list. Oh, it's even on the list twice. Interesting. Well, I'll add that one to the queue manually. There are some that don't work especially well for some reason. Essentially, the feature is new for being able to do those sorts of song requests. And the app was originally made to be able to, hey Decor, originally made to be able to song request like for any song, and the limiting to a playlist is a new functionality. And so when you do a search, it searches for any song matching that name, and if the first song it finds that matches that name is not the same copy of the song that's on the playlist, it gets confused. How are you doing, Decor?
I remember the days, always at the same place, the same people every day. I will never forget this black old Corvette standing in front of my way. We were both in high school. I thought I was a fool. Oh, when I was falling for you.
Alright, got a bit of sleep. Passed out after dinner last night. I mean, sleep is good. You may have walked in or arrived just after the announcement of a new channel point reward, which has not been going quite as smoothly as hoped so far, but there is now the ability to do song requests. It's limited to a playlist of no copyright songs, but it should work now. I was testing it last night, and it worked for most songs that I tried. How are you doing? I am doing alright. Mornings have been really rough lately for some reason, but I'm most of the way awake now. Ow. Also, this map is terrifying. Sorry, Candy. Not much I can do. It's the songs that I have the ability to play right now. And this is the song you were requesting earlier, so if you didn't preview it, that's on you, not me. There's also the ability to do this to see what song is playing now. And if it's a song you requested, you could always do the skip command as well. It won't work in this case since I had to put it in manually for you, Candy. But the skip command will skip if you're a moderator or if it's your song request. Yeah, we'll work out the details with some time. Okay. Check and see if I have any new maps. I don't. I failed the Kirak mission, so that's not going to have changed. I think there was... Oh, maybe it did change. Thought it only changed when you completed it successfully. Unfortunately, I am very low on Alps. 9 Alps. I have to decide if it's worth spending a bunch of those on maps I'm missing. And I'm not sure it is. If I had more, it probably would be. Maybe I just run a couple of maps I already have first. See if that'll help me afford more. Of course, running the maps takes alks, if I'm rolling them well.
Qu'est-ce qui m'arrive? Qu'est-ce que je représente? Qui je suis, putain? Va falloir que je me lève. Que je recommence à zéro.
I've definitely come to the conclusion I regret not going essence on the Atlas tree early. I thought maybe Righteous Fire would be a little bit of an exception to the rule, given its single target kind of sucks. But essences are just too good. If I went left side of the tree, I could have also done Exarch altars, which would have helped with early mapping currency. But at some point here, if I get enough currency for it, I might do a Atlas respec. Also planning on leveling a ranger sometime in the next maybe week. It started on getting Lightning Arrow up and going for eventual Magic Find. Okay. Start getting some unveils figured out. Yeah, so the backstory here is I was looking for a app with like a chatbot and stuff that would be able to like tell chat what song is playing or whatever if people wanted to know. I've had that on the channel actually for a little bit, but the app also had the ability to do song requests, which was something I was interested in. However, it had no ability to limit song requests to copyright-free music. And I messaged the developer about it. I was like, hey, this would be a really nice feature to have. Like, is there any chance would this be like a possible thing to add? And they liked and were interested in the idea, but said that they were busy and might not be able to get to it for potentially quite a while. I was pleasantly surprised the other day, checked my work email and found out that they had actually released an update with the feature I had asked for, which was a very pleasant surprise. From the testing I was doing last night, I'm pretty happy with it so far. It does have the occasional hiccup where it doesn't recognize certain songs very well. But that's was expected when I was talking over with the developer, like how the feature would have to be implemented. Spotify just has limitations to how it can search and look up songs, unfortunately. Okay, make enough space for a couple of items I want to look at. Good regen, bad everything else. I think that was most of it. There's also a glorious plate. Although I suppose at this point I could stop looking at body armors for my build at least. I can look at like ideal cases for if maybe I hit something for someone else. But glorious plate I don't think is the ideal. Have to double check that. At least not getting emphasized on the item filter like it's an ideal base. Okay. So unveil a couple of items. Fire dot multi is huge. Reduced mana cost is huge. Multi-res is important. Do you like snow? Is snow day equals no going to school like in the movies? That depends on where you live. One sec. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. That depends on where you live. There are states that are not accustomed to snow. And in states where snow is like less common, the infrastructure isn't like built out for it as well, and people don't know how to drive safely in it. And so in those areas, even a little bit of snow can mean schools are canceled. In other areas that are used to snow, they'll already have the ability, they'll have like stuff that can clear the roads, people will know how to drive safely in snow, infrastructure will be built out a bit more to handle it. And so in those areas, it's generally not going to cancel schools. Do I like snow personally? Like, it's fine. Like, I don't necessarily dislike it, but it can be, like, inconvenient sometimes. So it's like, it looks pretty, but it's can make certain things harder. And I tend not to like very cold weather, personally. Like, it just, I don't find it as comfortable as warm weather. So I'd prefer warmer weather. Snow days, one sec, I need to focus before I lose this. Snow days are less of a thing now with Zoom being used for school during the pandemic. Oh, that could make sense. I'm not too familiar with like that side of things personally. Where I'm at, we get snow here, for sure. We get enough snow that it would take like a bunch of snow to cancel schools here. Read a few articles about snow days disappearing because of Zoom. Okay, I mean, that makes some sense. I think, like, there will... Unless schools are still, like, providing households with, like, laptops or whatever, I think there's still going to be, like, some trade-off of not everyone necessarily being able to attend remotely. But if they're continuing to give stuff remotely, like giving laptops and stuff for people to be able to attend remotely, then that would make a lot of sense. And even without, like, maybe most people are able to attend, and that's just considered good enough on those days. I don't know. So you didn't read my message out loud. The certain things harder. Yeah. I was honestly just reading messages out of order like I do sometimes. That wasn't a unwillingness to read it. Okay, June. June spawns somewhere I can't talk. That is kind of obnoxious. Because the alternative... Oh, did June also not spawn in her... Oh, I need to talk to Haku, that's why. Now there's the portal, and now I should be able to talk to June. Okay. Okay, so do that one. Do this. Now we should be able to pick up 2 of the large items. Tell me some useless talent you have? Well, I can make like whistling like owl sound things with my hands. Monkey sounds would be a useless talent, yeah. Alright, here's your monkey sounds decor. Yeah, and I'll leave the volume, oh, whoops, I lowered the wrong volume. That was probably really loud. My bad. I'm going to lower the right volume this time. That was loud, sorry. Going to lower the right volume this time, and I can show the, like, whistling thing with my hands, too. Okay, it looks like that actually isn't too loud on the mic. So that's a useless talent or skill or whatever you want to call it. Okay, and then I have a whole bunch of currency to pick up. Do the same. Oh, and a failed ring. Guess maybe cold lightning. Thinking about changing my Atlas tree plan. I was thinking Blight was Breach when I was making it. Ah, interesting. Yeah, that I could see how that would change things. Yeah, I'd be happy to help if you're wanting me to review something that you throw together. Although, I will mention if you're going Essence and Breach are on opposite sides of the tree, which makes it more expensive to like fully spec into both. Like, you might not be able to fully spec into both, but with Breach, a partial spec would still be decent. So that could still be an option. Can make a duck sound? Well, I want to hear it, but unfortunately we don't have you mic'd up, Candy. I think early Essence is really good and may make a lot of sense. I think early Searing Exarch altars are also really good. So it might make sense to, like, maybe for now stick with those two, especially if you spent some points on that side of the tree already anyways. And then maybe the thing that would make most sense next would be to look at the other mechanics on the left or middle of the tree and find another one that you'd like on that side. Maybe it's not blight, but maybe there's something else over there that you'd be interested in. I really like Delirium. It does make things harder, but Delirium has some really good rewards, and I find fun to play. Bestiary could be good for like hunting for uniques, and there's also some good bestiary languages. Not a big fan of Blight, fair enough. We do have someone who named Swifty in the event, who's essentially just lab running wherever possible. If you're wanting to contribute to that and them possibly getting like Helm Chance or whatever that you're interested in, Trial of Glory could be a good one. That's just a single node though. Ritual can also be pretty solid, especially relatively early in SSF or group self-find. I want to learn sign language someday. Cool. I have a close friend who knows sign language very well, and used to do sign for like classes in schools for people who needed who were unable to like hear the instructor or whatever. Used to know a fair bit of ASL, but it's been a long time since I've used it. Yeah, that's fair. If it's anything like my experience with programming languages, you don't use a language in a while, it gets rusty fast. That is a pretty solid bell. An open prefix. Oh. Unfortunately, I guess that's not a bad base for me. I might go for +2 on that. Actually not a bad jewel. Huh, got a couple of good random rares in there. Came in handy a few times when I was younger working at McDonald's, funny enough. I mean, that doesn't surprise me too much. Like, things that are public facing, you're going to run into like people who could use accommodations of various types, and sign language is a uncommon enough skill that like there's a decent chance in like a workplace like that that you might be the only one with sign language familiarity if someone comes in who could benefit from it. Okay, so what prefixes could I put on this? Okay, none that really matter right now, but I might save this for my ranger. So this one is Interesting. This would be expensive, but this is a guaranteed +2 to the level of my preferred type of gems. Because with enough divines, I can do stuff. Oh wait, no, it's not. For some reason, I was thinking prefixes cannot be changed with a prefix, which makes no sense. So this is, I think, a yellow Enolan Prey that it doesn't hit +1 to level of all. I had to a reason to learn other than that. No reason to learn other than that I was interested in it as a kid. I didn't know anyone deaf or mute. I mean, that's still cool. Like, sign language is fascinating to me, so I could certainly understand that. Okay, fire.multi. How does that compare to my current one? Probably not quite as good. So for now, this goes here. As does this. And then this I need to think about. I'm not sure if any of the builds I'm planning actually want a +2. Need to quickly check that. So this is, that's for leveling. This is the build that I was eventually landing on. How would a +2 compare? So we create a amulet, and unfortunately on this build, the Jade Amulet is a bad base. I don't think it scales with levels that much, the Magic Find build. Yeah, so it actively does not want a +2. Harvest is pretty far right side day 4, and a rather large investment to like fully spec into. Okay, so this build doesn't want a +2 amulet. What about this one? I don't think this does either. Okay, so this is using a Rigwald's Curse, but if we say I can't find that, how big of a deal would a plus physical? 10%. Wait, no, that's physical damage to attacks. Oh, and I'm not sure if I could even augment those. Okay, so that's plus like 4% damage, which is not enough for getting plus to level. Yeah, so I think I actually just don't care about this on anything except for Righteous Fire, which I'm not planning on using long term. Delirium might be my option then? Alright. Yeah, if Delirium's the plan, you could probably fully spec or nearly fully spec into that along with Essence. With both of those, I think with your Essence tree, I don't remember, but I think I had you spec into Stream of Consciousness. Or at least that would have made sense, and I should have done that. Yeah, if you give me a link to the tree I had given you before, I could take a quick look at adding Delirium. Don't have much done yet. Just up the middle and like one going down left. Okay. Whatever works for you. Hey Orange, how's it going? Can send you my current spending in a bit. All right. Craft life plus talisman. So I'm unfamiliar with the talisman side of things. There's a craft that like converts this into a talisman. Pretty good. How's the Atlas progress going? It's going all right. I now have all white maps except for alleyways, and I'm missing like 1 or 2 yellow maps. I think 2. Haunted Mansion, Arachnid Tomb, and starting to push like more into reds. Sustain has been pretty bad. I've not been getting a whole lot of currency since I'm not Exarch Altars, unfortunately. I'm on the wrong side of the tree for that. I'm regretting not going Essence on my first Atlas tree. I was thinking with Righteous Fire struggling with single target damage and benefiting from Syndicate crafts, that maybe I'd go Syndicate first, but now I think I'm in a little bit of a hole where I'm invested on the right side of the tree and it's going to take a bunch of points to get left, and I need to get left to kind of get out of the hole. So maybe that's the next thing I go for, is just path over to Exarch and start farming some currency. Which, fastest way to do that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, might just be to use the gateway. But yeah, I still need to kind of figure out the plan there. For now, I'm just running maps hoping to get some currency and some new maps dropped. Need to collect +1 fire all. Either Talisman for % life implicit or Corrupt for +1 curse. Happy to donate to whatever best cause is. I'm actually unfamiliar with the talisman convert stuff. How risky is it? Okay, let me take a look at the Atlas plan so far. Oh, you weren't kidding, this was very early. Apparently there's an update. Let me get that update real quick and I'll pull it up on the screen. Okay, so yeah, if you're wanting Essence and Delirium, I would go something like this. And then for Delirium, that. Ditch the pathing on this side. And you're going to want some endgame progression as well. And ideally I like backup cache and strong boxes. Okay, and so after all that you still have a bit. Let's go and block things that you don't care about to increase your chances of getting the things you do care about, and also make your maps less busy. You could always unblock specific things if you want them. Grab shaping the skies and shaping the mountains since you're right next to both. Maybe grab that. Oh, you probably want altars. And then that would mean dropping something. I think that something would probably be some of the plus to map tiers. Oh, there's also a delirium cluster here I forgot about. So this is delirium orbs cannot be found in your maps. Delirium orbs are really nice. Simulacrum splinters cannot be found in your maps, but fog never dissipates. I think you'd not want that. Probably instead go up over the top like this. So now we need to drop a bunch of points. Probably drop 4 points investment there. And then from here, it will depend on what you're wanting. So some options you'd have is I'd stay fully spec'd into Essence. Can you tell I'm way behind on maps? Oh, that's all you've done. I see. So that's what you have now. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. You got to maps only recently after took you a bit to get through the campaign with IRL distractions and stuff, so makes sense. What would I drop here? So you'd have a couple of options. One is... Actually, 124. Okay, you can save... Or I don't think this actually saves you anything. But I think it's just a little bit better. Is you could eventually drop the middle. Go that way. For now, going up the middle is not a big deal, though. I wouldn't, like, stress needing to respec that, like, very soon or anything like that. And this you could approach from up over the top. You don't care about the incursion stuff. Okay, so here, there's a couple of things I could consider dropping. Have an ad coming up in about a minute, by the way. But the things I'd be looking at dropping are... One, you could drop the end game progression. There's a chance others might be able to get you some of the Conqueror and Guardian maps you would need for getting like your last couple of Atlas passives. It's also like possible you might just not care as much about like some of the endgame stuff in the bossing. That's kind of a personal preference, up to you. But dropping that brings you down under 132. That said, if you aren't doing your endgame progression, you're not going to have 132 passive points unless you're doing some of those boss kills and such, and the special Maven invitations. So, like, that's one option to drop. You could consider dropping that like with something else, or dropping other things. Another category you could drop is a bit of your map sustain with the +1 to higher map tiers and the special map crafting options, but those are like pretty strong. It might be worth trying to keep if you're able. Another one you can drop is strong boxes. The currency duplication from strong boxes and the strong box nodes, really nice. But that could pair especially well if you are dropping the endgame progression as well, because that saves you a massive number of points while still letting you be fully specced into Delirium and Essence. If you were wanting to try to keep either strong boxes or the endgame progression or both, I would then look at speccing out of some of Delirium. So you could look through the Delirium nodes and figure out like what you'd be wanting to run Delirium for. Delirium orbs are really good, and are really good for eventually like us doing Magic Find and stuff too. If you're wanting to eventually figure out like Orbot stuff and do like duoing with like Magic Find, we'd be wanting Delirium orbs to place on the maps we're running. But you could consider speccing out of those for now, and that saves you a couple of points there. And well, maybe that was just those couple points, but you could choose Delirium Orbs or Cluster Jewels here to spec out of, or spec out of both of them. And if you spec out of both of them, then you could path through this way for 3 points and save 4. It's not amazing, but an option. Alternatively, if you don't care about simulacrum splinters, or if you're not very fast at getting to the end of the map and killing a map boss in time before the fog disappears, you could consider dropping this whole bit up here for some points. Your build's not going to be fast enough that you probably want to drop a whole lot of this. This is stuff that makes Delirium a little easier to run. This here is a node for Delirium bosses. Delirium bosses are good for unique collection. But you could always drop those, especially early. Some of the Delirium bosses could be hard. Just looking for a starter Atlas tree I can always respec. Yeah, so if I had to recommend something to drop here, I personally would be wanting to go for the like pinnacle bosses and stuff in that progression. I'd probably drop Strongbox, although I really don't like doing that if I could help it. And then I would drop Delirium bosses for now. Probably get away with dropping 2 points there. You know, does your build want like specific cluster jewels on your builds in Path of Building on the like final Atlas tree or final passive tree? Are there cluster jewels in it? Okay, yeah, then I'd drop those. I'd be looking at something close to this. Give that a try, see how it feels. Okay, let me get numbers this amulet. And go from there. Looks like they are in Orange's hideout, if I'm not mistaken. Oh yes, I could take care of that in a moment, Decor. Not amazing, but it does sound like it would be better than your current one, from what I understand. Looks like Numbers is going to be in map for a little bit longer. Oh, you're in my hideout. Yeah, I definitely need to work a little bit on my map sustain. I think as I do red maps, I'm going to start working towards Searing Exarch Altars next and start getting currency for some respecking. Try to make the most out of Syndicate while I'm spec'd into it, but I don't think me being spec'd into Syndicate this early is the play. Another logbooks. I want to pick up without grabbing any of those large poles on the way, because I want to grab those on the way back.
Certainly. That's it then.
Oh, Numbers is ready, can try that real quick. That's not a terrible body armor. Not ideal, but someone might want that. Also finding I'm itching to get the Ranger going a little bit more than I anticipated. Hey, Studio Steve, how's it going? I might possibly get on that sooner than I was expecting, because I think Lightning Arrow would be just a good choice for a lot of reasons right now. Could also mean I'm not competing for RF gear nearly as much. Oh, but Decor, if you see me about to like get map boss or whatever on any of these maps, you're always welcome to join in if you want to grab completion for a map that I'm running. Like I'm going to be getting map boss in just a little bit here if you were to want to join in on this. Although maybe after this Soul Eater dies. This is taking a while. There we go, my goodness. Seven more levels and I'll have my mana reservation efficiency done on tree. Awesome! I just hit the rest of my mana reservation efficiency recently. I still need to figure out... I think maybe I need like an Eldritch Implicit or something to be able to get everything I want. Need to double check that. Or maybe I just need to put more things on life tap, because right now if I go and reserve Malevolence like I'm planning to, I end up unable to use some of my skills. Not ideal. Decor, if you want City Square map completion, you can feel free to join. I just have the one map boss left. Low health. How are you doing today, Steve? Hope things are going well. Alright, let me go back to map boss. Yeah, I've cleared everything up where you're at. It's the southeast side I haven't gotten. $92 today, staying inside, not because of the heat. I mean, not because of the heat. That's an interesting way of phrasing that. Like, you lead with the heat, but it's not the heat that's keeping you out. Or keeping you in. There's something else going on? Oh, something kill you, Decor? Oh, yeah. I mean, you should have completion now. PoE has its demonic grasp of me, fair enough. It is a good game after all. Yeah, you can feel free to drop. The completion's the main thing I was thinking you might be interested in. Yeah, sometimes there's just something really mean, like a rare monster with like a bunch of crit or something. Yeah, that's been me for the last little while, Steve. I've been pretty sucked into the game, so I understand. I think I'm probably going to be starting another character very soon here. Oh, I should have been paying a little more attention. Character's tanky, but not that tanky. Should know better than to just AFK and loot while there's still, like, possibility of death effects and whatever. Decent little belt. Boots are bad. It wasn't corrupted. Oh, right. It'll still help. I forgot it wasn't corrupted and you'd need the corruption. It'll still help because now you can get that map dropping like naturally. So you're more likely to get it in the future to get the bonus. Okay, realistically, I don't think anyone's going to want these because they'd want both move speed and life. It is T1 regen, but move speed and life is too important. And same here. That is pretty decent flat armor. I don't think it has enough else going for it. Okay, selling a couple more things, and might keep that for now. On the off chance I don't end up with a better amulet for my next build. Yeah, so sometime soon here I might work on leveling up a my ranger for eventually doing magic find. Maybe I even put a little bit of time into that today, we'll see. I think for now I plan on playing it as just a regular lightning arrow build. We don't have the some of the pieces I'd want to go magic find on it. We have some of them, but one of the most important ones would be something I'd get from Legion, which I'd want to start farming. Which is a part of the reason I would be looking at maybe doing that build sooner rather than later. Is that I want to start farming Legion, because it might take a little bit of farming Legion to get the thing I'm looking for, and that would also provide a lot of value to the community as a whole playing in the event right now, because I could get everyone their 5th map device slot if I do this soon. Okay, so I think all this is probably going to be bad, just glancing. That's something I never got last league, my 5th map device slot. Yeah, by the time you joined, we had already run like most of the Legion. I think that we ended up running that league. We had already gotten all of the uniques that were possible to get from Legion, so we essentially finished the unique collection side of Legion and didn't have a whole lot of reason to continue running it with the builds we were playing. Biz from hits taken as gold seems nice. Pocketed gems deal more LE damage. Yeah, that's a Righteous Fire one. Also Pathfinder one. Alchemist Genius when you use a flask is really nice. Power Frenzy Insurance Charge on kill. Horror's a great one. I am seriously considering if I actually just go work on leveling Lightning Arrow now. Yeah, I think maybe that's the plan. Do what you feel you want to do. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out is what do I want to do? Like, I never really look forward to doing runs of the campaign personally. So I'm torn because I'm like coming to the conclusion, I think like leveling that character now is probably the right play. And I'm weighing that against the do I want to run campaign right now? And I'm not sure. Suppose I could always take breaks and come back to like run some League mechanic or something on Righteous Fire. Yeah, I think I switch. And I don't have any plan put together for this just yet. So let me make sure I pull up. It's under theory crafting, yeah. Let's pull up Lightning Arrow leveling. Let me get some notes ready. That did not copy well. Is there a haste without... this copied like this. There's the color codes for everything. I'm gonna run up and get us the McDonald's. I'll be back later. All right, I'll take a Big Mac, please. All right, catch you later, Decor. Appreciate you getting us McDonald's. Okay, so I want to find and replace and get rid of all these color codes. So let's match regex, and I want to match 0 through 9, A through F, 6 for the hex codes, and replace with nothing. There we go. And we also replace all of these caret 7s at the end with nothing. There we go. Now it is doable. And you just get colors in real fast. Control-Shift-V. Let me see if that worked here. Yeah, Control-Shift-V isn't working for this. It was not a bad idea. Just quickly seeing what colors I want. Green, blink arrow, blue cross blink, red war banner, green sniper's mark. Green. Or a green red. Oh, I see. Those are separate, even though they put them on the same line. Red, blue, red. And then this is a green, green, blue, green, green. Okay, two more of these. Green, green, blue. Green, green, red, green. Green, green. Is there a point when guilds get unlocked? You could join a guild with a fresh account that's never played anything. You just need to actually join one to see the guild stash and stuff. If you hit S, that'll pull up the social window. And in there's a tab for guild, and you can create a guild. Or you could, like ask in global or something for a guild you could join, or, like, if someone's in a guild, they can invite you to theirs. I think you might be able to if you're not already in a guild, there might be a like request to join possibly. Let me check. I don't think I have a Heries. Yeah, no problem, Studio Steve. Okay, so that will take care of O. I have jewelry I could use. I think we're probably about good to get going. Finishing a couple of notes real fast, and then we will get started. Green, green. Blue. Green, green. Green. Red. Okay, and then the last section. Green, green, blue, green. Green, green, red, green. Red, green. This is green, green. Green, green. Blue. Green, green. Red. Okay, and that's needing there. So now I want to get notes together. I think we added this. Perfect. So here I'm going to do vendor, and my ideal colors. Actually, I'm not going to care about most of this because I'm using pink here. So yeah, in fact, I don't care about the regex at all. Yeah, I think we're good there. So I want to try to color this with the colors I'm going to want. Shrink this a touch. Fits on my other monitor. Okay, and so I'll be referencing this tree. And for colors, we have that here. eventually wanting green, green, blue, green, and green, green, red, green. Get one of those on here. Okay, so this is the green, green, and red, green. I don't really need blue, blue, though. Okay, that'll be better. Then I'm going to need a 4-link somewhere else. Let's have that be the helmet. Oh, maximum number of sockets for the level. Oh, boots. Probably do boots, but that's going to be harder to get colors on. Okay, gold trim. I am level to get. Oh, that worked. Cool. So I bench this. Grab 4 sockets. Awesome. That is fantastic to know. Let's see if I can hit the fusing. It's perfect. So now we go for 1 blue on helm. I can hit it. 2 blue. So 1 blue, please. There we go. And that will give us our colors. Okay, so we go to Lionized Watch. And we want Caustic Arrow, assuming I don't already have it. And Pierce I can't get yet here. Mirage Archer can't get yet. Though I could probably just get these on the other character if needed. Or I could just buy them here. So I want Pierce. Here. And Mirage Archer. The ones that are cheap I'm just going to get now, so I don't have to worry about. Some of them will definitely be quest rewards. Add a cold. Blink arrow. Caster attacks. Get a Frost Blink. Actually, Frost Blink is definitely a quest reward soon, but it's just a Scroll of Wisdom, doesn't matter. War Banner. There we go. One with nothings, nice. And a Piscator's Vigil. Go. KB. Okay, think we're ready. I'm definitely not the fastest through the campaign, to put it lightly. But that's fine. Okay, so added cold's going to go there. I'll figure out the rest of this as I go. Don't end up using a shot until much later. Okay, I think that's everything. Oh, I have run the coast already, so I can skip that. But for now, I want to be using primarily Caustic Arrow, attack without moving on everything. And now begins the slow walk through Act 1. What was that? Oh, I have my portals in the wrong spot. Where I normally have my scrolls of wisdom. Got all the glyphs. Might be going the wrong way. Okay. It's going the right way after all. I want to make sure to have the tree up to be able to quickly reference. I'm going to run for a fast Quicksilver in addition to the one I already had. Mostly skip a whole lot of this. If I see like big packs of things together, I'll go for them. But get pretty much all the experience I need from blue packs, and I'm not going to really need currency since I already have currency and essences from my other character in Twinkie Gear. I'm mostly just going to be trying not to fall under the threshold where I'm getting experience penalties. Blue pack. Always go for magic monsters. Normally I'd pick up the blue items to sell, but this case, I don't need the ults or transmutes. So the trip back to town to sell them eventually would just be a waste of time. Seems like a decent spot to drop portal. I think the side area is back on the other side of that bridge from where I was. I'm going to be going back to that portal once I hit the next waypoint. That's just a nice way to avoid time loss, needing to like backtrack and then retrace my steps, looking for that side area. The ledge is nice, nice and linear for one. The other thing is you can kind of kite these things into big groups like this. Kite them through poisons. Here I got another big group, they were just following me. Got Pierce to Caustic Arrow. Mirage Archer goes on Caustic Arrow as well. I can use my Quicksilvers now. Oh, and I'm not getting better Newspeed boots than I have for a long time. Habit to pick up boots. Projectile damage that I go for? Yeah. Second guessing that for a moment, thinking I was wanting attack speed. I think that's in the final build, early on projectile damage, maybe just is better for campaign. technically not a necessary waypoint, but tend to like to grab waypoints when they're near, even if they're not necessary. Not trying to min-max speedrunning to such an extent I'm skipping like having a 2-second time loss to not have a waypoint in case I need to go back or die and respawn somewhere helpful. Okay, we've got a blue pack in here. This is a scary place to be. Not want to hang out near that for long. There we go. Better life flask is nice. Okay, I can use Frostblink now. In a moment, that's going to get socketed somewhere. Once I'm out of spikes. Okay, let's just throw that here for now. The magic monster. Oh, and I have all of these, so I could be skipping these. Body is one of the slots I don't have Twink here for. Actually, that might be better than what I have. I'm just using a white.
My mana is gone.
Feeling I'm not pathing the right way here. Don't normally path down there. I don't know why I did this time. I feel like here I normally follow top wall. Yeah, bottom wall is definitely turning out to be a mistake. Although top wall probably would have hit a bunch of dead ends too, looking at where the exit is.
Quite sure of yourself, aren't you, hunter?
Had it full. That hurts, just adds to cost. Faster attacks, we're eventually hooking up something else, but I could start getting it leveling.
I've done for you what I would do for any wounded animal, Brutus.
Alright. Prisoner's Gate. Didn't look and see what time I started. 11:50 now. No clue how I'm doing on time. I've got a couple of magic monsters here. This side. There we go. The silver coins from the campaign too. Wonder if the TotA scaling is per character or per account. I hope per character. Otherwise, if I were to do TotA on this character, I'd just be absolutely screwed.
Yeah, this for the players out there. Check out this dope shit, man.
Hey, I can blink arrow now. Then we get blink arrow, faster attacks. Also, music's a little quiet on my end. Let me fix that real fast. More enjoyable with music blasting. There we go. There's Fairgraves. Shift near here. Sweet. There it is.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Alright, I don't think I'm making like bad Act 1 time for me. I don't think it's up there, it's probably down here.
I'm on it as well.
Oh, it's not here. If I don't count the time spent like planning and prepping notes, which I'd normally do before league start anyways. There we go. And skip killing that for the time saved. I will go back for Fairgraves. The next waypoint I hit. That way I don't have to trace my way back. Only to not have the next waypoint to jump forward to. Okay, next I'm going to the right. Yeah, I think so.
You were a good man in a bad situation, Fairgraves.
Oops. Did not need to generate a new instance there. Next I go here. That's a weird dead end. Oh, this is the way forward. Kind of looked like a dead end up here too. If I interact with that chest, it'll make a unique monster appear that's not worth taking the time to kill. In general in the campaign, unless it's like a story boss, uniques you run into are best just skip. Just run past. Wrong box. Bunch of high density monsters. Oh, that would have been fantastic at league start. Just 13 armor scrap, 6 blacksmith's whetstone. Like, not quite all of that was from that strong box, but almost.
I'm on it as well.
Once again, that'll summon a unique monster that would take way too long to kill.
Still sane, Exile?
Oh, hey, Clawzox. Thanks for the follow. How are you doing? You play Path of Exile? Can you help me with price checking a Watcher's Eye? I would love to. I do really like helping other players. Unfortunately, I play pretty much exclusively SSF, solo self-find, and group self-find. So I have not played Market in a very long time, and I'm probably the wrong person to ask. I wish I could help, but you would probably get better advice from somewhere else. Unless someone in chat's able to help you out, who's more familiar with trade. Sorry. I just don't want to give you bad advice. Is it a 2 or a 3 mod Watcher's Eye? Double Pride? Okay, yeah, I don't think I'd be able to give you the sort of help you're looking for, at least not with very much accuracy. I could tell you confidently if it was bad, but Double Pride, I'm not sure.
I'm not up to that just yet. Your love for a man, that's what did this to you, Mervale.
Best of luck, though. I hope it's worth a lot. Have you played for a long time, or are you newer? If you're still around. I am not doing a Poison Magic Finder, Snowy. Plan is to go Lightning Arrow. I'm starting with Caustic Arrow just for the like AoE, and it leaving the ground dot, which is nice. Before I get like much in the way of supports, I think it's just better than many of the other bow skills early, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, this one pops out usually towards the end anyways. How's trade going for you all? Now being streamed in McDonald's. There's the first time for everything. How's the McDonald's? Oh, this one backtracked. That's too bad. Not bad. Awesome. I feel like that's, for McDonald's, pretty decent, like pretty decent praise. I don't think it gets a whole lot better than not bad. I like their fries, but like, I'm not of the opinion like McDonald's is garbage or anything. Like, I'll definitely, before celiac disease, I'd eat McDonald's, but it was never something that left me feeling like very good about having eaten it. It was always just okay, well, I mean, that helped satisfy a craving for a burger or whatever it was I ended up getting, and that was about it. But yeah, Snow, if you're interested, I could get you a link to the build I'm tentatively looking at. Walking distance? Yeah, and that's kind of what it was for me, is it was always just a convenience thing. I think I've good things though, alright. Just didn't know how curious you were as to... You're asking the poison question, but that was probably just seeing Caustic Arrow. Build I'm going for is a pretty ambitious one for a even a small private league, I think. But I think I could make at least most of it work. Was wondering, because you're trying to do that Poison TS all of last league. So I had done the Poison Tornado shot in SSF. The problem was, like, it involved some expensive crafts, and I was kind of constantly torn in the private league. Like, I could have made it happen, but it would have come at the expense of other things, which I was also wanting to do. And so I was a little bit torn, especially as we were down to, like, a couple of weeks left, which, like, at first I thought it was going to be just a few weeks event to begin with, before it was extended. And so I was just constantly on the, like, torn of, okay, well, we've got a couple more weeks. Is it worth it? I don't think they're, like, super unrealistic, Dime, but I think the build I'm basing it off of is a little unrealistic. I think the toned back version is very doable. And that's kind of what I was referring to, is the toned back version I'm going for. Why am I here? The toned back version, I just need to find the one timeless jewel, and I'm pretty much good. The rest of it's just uniques I can gradually add. As long as the damage is there, which from what I'm seeing, I think it should be. To be honest, it's not like the jewel will take that long to get when we're looking at 4-ways, it's just the emblems. Yeah, like, the jewel, I think, is very reasonable to shoot for. The, like, part that I was commenting unrealistic about was the build I'm basing it off of requires a massive thread of hope. It requires a very specific timeless jewel. It's using a bunch of, like, very specific unique jewels that are rolled in very specific ways. It's expecting, like, double corrupts. It's like all sorts of things that are not overly likely to happen. I think the build works without many of those. I think the version of the build that I arrived at should be fine. The damage isn't nearly as good, and I'm hoping should be good enough for comfortably doing, like, juiced T16s with multiplayer scaling, but we'll have to see on that part.
The king of rats.
Itching to get going on Orabot, but have no idea where to start, even, like, what to look for in drops and such. Maybe I'm being too ambitious trying Orabot. I think we probably just need to get you a build. Once we get you a build, we'd have you an idea of what to be looking for. I'm unfortunately just not very familiar with aura bots, so I don't really know what to suggest. I need to look into it a little bit more myself. But maybe I should get on that sooner than later. Dime, it sounds like you're listening in. I don't know if you happen to be familiar with aura bots and know of a good like template that we could point Decor towards, because Decor's been expressing interest in trying it out. If not, I'll just have to look for one by a like decent build creator later and see what parts of it are SSF friendly or group self-find friendly. I saw earlier we got an ideal mana reservation efficiency cluster jewel, which would be nice for it, but I think that might be in use now by someone else. Did not see what dropped. Scouring. Halo Plasma? Awesome, thank you for the tip, Dime. Really appreciate it. Yeah, but really with it being SSF or group self-find, we're going to need to be making some adjustments, like on the fly a little bit, no matter what. So really the build guides, more than anything else, is going to be a like rough idea of here's the sort of uniques I'd be wanting to look for, and perhaps the like class I want to play it on, and things of that nature, more so than it will be I'm following this exactly. But you might not be able to fit in like as many auras and have it be as like optimized as a trade league aura bot, but if you could get all but like 2 auras or whatever, it's still probably going to be pretty solid. I've seen them, but when he started talking 8000 C for one of the builds, I turned off. Yeah, and that's going to be aura bots, really no matter what. Aura bots are generally going to be a little like pricey on trade, and a part of that is because they're min-maxing it. The sort of people who are playing aura bots are going to min-max, and almost any build min-maxed is going to get very expensive. I think that there are more realistic like versions of like that build that we could go for, and that build would just be a template, and essentially anything that build does, for the most part, you would be doing some of those same things, just in most cases a little bit worse. So they'll have an example would be there's a cluster jewel, a unique cluster jewel called Voices, which is a cluster jewel that has an ideal Voices has only one like pathing node, and the rest is you get 3 jewel sockets, which can be really, really efficient for getting like a bunch of jewels, bunch of cluster jewels and stuff with very few points, and is a good end game optimization. There's a good chance, at least for a while, we are not going to get a Voices, nonetheless an ideal one. but you might just use a cluster, like a large cluster tool or something that makes sense in its place. And that'll take you more points on the passive tree, which means you don't spec as much into something else. But, like, you'd still be kind of following the general pattern of the build, if that makes sense. He has a duo or a bot build up for this league. Awesome. Yeah, something along those lines would be good, and it would be those uniques that we'd be looking for. Things like, if I'm remembering right, Prism Guardian as the shield. You'd be looking for some of the same cluster jewels, like the mana reservation efficiency cluster is a likely one. Your passive skill tree will probably look very similar. Stuff along those lines. But you could probably just, like, pick the same ascendancy class they choose and just be good with that. Okay. Didn't think I was really needing any of those, but wanted to double check. Yeah, I could try to look into it maybe off stream and see if there's tweaks that I'd plan on making to make it more like group self-find viable. I am pathing once I'm not dying down to here. Would it be possible, Decor, that you could get me the link to the path of building? I could probably pull that up briefly and glance and see how, like, what does or does not look realistic to me. Oh, thank you, Snowy. Okay, I can do that in just a moment here. This way, maybe? I think it's further up. Eye of Chayla, nice. Good one. Oh, maybe it was lower. Usually along this left side here. There it is. Very low this time. Oh, not hideout, I wanted to go to town. Okay, let me pull this up. Loading. Okay, so new import. Okay, Sign of the Sin Eater is realistic. Prism Guardian's very rare, but it's something that we'd probably get eventually. Vertex is very realistic. Victario's Influence is realistic, as is Vault Caress, so you're looking at the wrong one. Okay. Oh, it's not liking me having the other one up. I'll just close it for now. There we go. Ball Caress should be realistic. Bubonic Trail, I need to remember. Some of these I recognize by image. Yeah, that should be fine. The one at the socket. Yeah, that should be easy enough. Kurgal's Gaze is a little rarer, but is targetable. Jinxed Juju should be fine. Coruscating Elixir. Okay, so from a unique perspective, I think most of this is good. And Dime is saying we have Sin Eater, Victarios, Kurgals. Awesome. Work on Vertex. Thank you, Dime. Really appreciate that. Okay, so it does use an intuitive leap. So intuitive leap is just core drop tool. That's a unique tool that's rarer. So may or may not be able to get the intuitive leap in the near future. We might just get it, we might not. But without the intuitive leap, that's an additional 3 passive points. And it looks like this version of the build is only planning on level 93 right now. So getting to like level 96, those 3 passive points would be fine to just spend. And really it's 2 if you drop the jewel socket, but you'd want to put something in there. As far as the other items, minus mana cost is fine. Oh yeah, this is actually like extremely SSF viable from what I'm seeing so far. Oh, and that's right, you want 3 passive mana reservation efficiency, not 2. I knew that, but for some reason I'd forgotten. Oh wow, yeah, from a gearing perspective, like the gear, all of this, except maybe the intuitive leap, is stuff you could plan on using. Like I'd feel comfortable in like pure SSF. Like I wouldn't want to play a like an Aurabot in pure SSF, but I'd be comfortable like aiming for a build with this gear in pure SSF. In groups, I'll find this should be totally fine. Skills. This is running a bunch of vol skills, but it's not assuming quality or overlevel. I mean, you can't Aura bot in pure SSF. I mean, yes, I realize this. That's why I said I wouldn't in pure SSF. But, like, I'd be comfortable aiming for all of that gear. Like, if it were a build that were playable in SSF. That gear is SSF viable. There's nothing in the gems that aren't. We're looking at budget end game. Looking at less budget, like just looking at the end game. Okay, here it's starting to assume over-leveled or quality on some things. But even then, none of that is like difficult. Aspirational. Okay, so now it's looking at an Awakened Generosity, which we could maybe get. Phantasmal Smite. Okay, now it's looking at all of the like alt qualities, which would be really nice. Some of the alt qualities can be really good, but those are optional, and we'll probably be able to get a bunch of those too. So it looks like there's versions of this for different classes. Oh. No, so these are all Scion. I was seeing it like have Marauder in the name, but that might be... Oh, that's the Elegant Hubris. Or no, that's the... Okay, so there we're assuming voices. What does it mean, Marauder? Is this for, like, buffing a Marauder? I don't know. Oh, that makes sense, Snowy. Thank you, I was very confused. Okay, so this is the endgame tree. It's expecting a Watcher's Eye. Let me go to endgame. So endgame, it's looking at a Watcher's Eye, but this is only assuming one modifier on the Watcher's Eye, which is realistic. Intuitive leap again. So this is assuming a militant faith. So with Timeless Jewels will modify, depending on the type of Timeless Jewels, it'll like modify things in its area, all of them do that. Militant Faith adds Devotion to nodes within its range. And also, changes the keystone here from solipsism to the agnostic, but it's not planning on taking that. So this just going after a bunch of devotion? I think it is. In that case, this is very realistic too. Bubonic Trail, so that's... all the uniques are still looking very realistic. We already have Cincture of Benevolence. For the rares... oh, even for endgame, this is... fairly realistic to shoot for, I think. Yeah, I think this is all looking very realistic. Yeah, I see no reason like we couldn't actually follow this almost exactly in group self-bind. I think this would be a very good, if you were wanting to like plan on something along these lines for Orabot, this looks like a very good way to go about it. So the rares, really don't look too bad to craft. It looks like this is doing a little bit of int stacking, so we might want to keep, and also energy shield. So you might want to keep an eye out in like in-game chat and stuff, and I'll try to keep an eye out too for like high intelligence fractures on gear. Or possibly ES fractures. But a lot of this is essentially just int ES and then mana cost or plus the level of AoE gems or something along those lines crafted onto it. But yeah, I think all of this is very realistic to go for. Save this as Orabot, and let me go back to my leveling tree I was following. Actually like my current one a little bit better. Put on these and get going again. Okay, need to get roommate's order and head back home. Be back later. All right. Appreciate the you stopping by again at McDonald's. But hopefully that helps resolve a little bit of concerns about the Orabot. That's actually much more realistic to go for in Group Self-Find than I had been anticipating. And I'm sure there's a lot of room, from what I was seeing, to min-max beyond what was shown there. Because even the end game, like, wasn't quite what was in the aspirational section. But, like, considering it's labeled end game, I'm sure that would be a very effective Orabot on the end game tree and gear. And that looked very realistic to shoot for. And then from there we can kind of just be flexible and pivot as we find possible upgrades. Dead end. Let's see this way. Looking a little more promising. I am finding every little dead end on this area. I'm gonna skip the essence. Like, that would normally... Muttering Greed would be a great one at this point in the campaign, but I'm on mostly tweaked gear, so there's very little gear I'd need to essence, and the gear that I'd potentially use an essence on, I already have some essences from my other character. The essences are just gonna take time to fill. Missed the waypoint, but that's really not a big deal here. I'll have no reason to come back.
Cocaine in my nose, got rose in my
Might end up taking a break after a couple of acts and seeing if anyone's interested in doing some TotA. Get bored of doing too much campaign in a row. We can come back and finish up campaign, do a little more later on stream, or maybe finish some of it off stream. I'll come for some TotA just to break up mapping. Alright, this will probably be in a couple of acts. I thought, weren't you expressing a lack of interest in TotA, Dime? Or are you just wanting to give it another shot and see if it's any better? 30 academies done with plus 100 divs, no cards for future. Oh, that sucks.
I'm not up to that just yet.
Yeah, the total will be in maybe like an hour-ish if I had to guess. Maybe like aim for end of Act 3 or something. I do want to make sure I'm making some good progress. It'll take me forever to get out of campaign if I do an act and take a break, another act and take a break. Not the biggest fan of TotA in terms of rewards, but I don't massively dislike the mechanic. I mean, that is a ringing endorsement. I don't massively dislike the mechanic. Heard it here first. Dime loves TotA. It's better than Heist. That's fair. I would agree with you there. Yeah, I enjoy TotA. It's fun. I don't think a very good investment for the time spent in it. But at the same time, I think like us being in like SSF group self-find as opposed to trade, if no one ran it, we wouldn't have tattoos. And so from that perspective, it's worthwhile for someone to run it. Like us having tattoos versus having no tattoos in the entire league is obviously a huge trade-off. But like once we have most of the tattoos we want, like it just will reach a point it's not worth running anymore. And I think on trade, like I glanced at prices of tattoos and it definitely does not seem profitable on trade, and a part of that's probably just because there are people playing it for fun because it's the new league mechanic. And with people playing it for fun, like it lowers the value of like the tattoos and stuff because there's just extra supply on the market from people doing it for fun instead of for profit. So if you're trying to run it for profit and trade, you're competing with people essentially willing to do the same work for free. The rewards don't seem to scale well enough with map difficulty, in my opinion. Yeah, and I haven't done like a ton of it, but I haven't noticed any real like scaling either. Okay, I'm out of mana. I'm going to cheat mana real quick by jumping back to town. I think my problem with TotA is that you can't smurf on those noobs, yeah. There is no demoting or anything. Yeah, it's interesting. It seems to scale like even, there's no like demoting, but from what I was seeing, there's also the other side of things where I was seeing other streamers talk about how even on builds with massive damage, it doesn't feel like they're doing much more damage than they were like fresh out of maps. And so they were theorizing maybe there's some sort of like damage cap or some sort of like reverse like scaling that like nerfs player damage or something, or has like damage fall off beyond a certain point, so that like it doesn't seem like you ever reach a point where you just delete all of the monsters, click the totems, and win. Almost feels like PvP scaling. Yeah, something along those lines, maybe. Which I kind of like. I think that there's definitely flaws with it and the way it's implemented. But if it were not implemented with that sort of scaling, I think that the auto battler or the MOBA or whatever you want to call it aspect side of the game would completely fall apart, and it would just feel really bad if like if it were balanced around really powerful like end game trade builds. It would feel awful for people out of maps and awful for people in SSF or for less experienced players. And if it were balanced around more of like SSF and around less experienced and less min-maxed, less end game builds, then really strong builds in trade would just be able to instantly delete everything, click the totems, and just zoom through the tournaments. And I don't think the mechanic would feel fun at that point. I think it would feel like... I was in a call with Dime the other night where there was discussion of Heist and why some people in the call didn't really care for Heist very much. And I expressed that for me, a part of it was that, like, Path of Exiled for me is a power fantasy. I enjoy League mechanics where I am killing things and, like, blowing things up and, like, where I'm feeling powerful. And things where it feels like I'm spending more time walking or more time just clicking on things than I am, like, fighting. Don't feel as fun to me. And I think for me that TotA, like, I'd still be technically killing things, yes, but I think TotA, if you reached a point where you're just one-shotting an entire screen and blowing up a totem, one-shotting an entire screen, blowing up a totem, I don't think it would feel like a very, like, good form of, like, power fantasy endgame to me. I think it would feel a bit more like I'm just clicking on things. I occasionally blow up a screen, but then I'm just sitting there and holding the left mouse button on a totem until it dies. And, like, I think that would not feel like a auto battler at all, or wouldn't even feel like the kind of MOBA it feels like a little bit now. It wouldn't feel like a League mechanic anymore. It would just be click totems and get rewards, without, like, any mechanic with it. Like, I'm fine with players feeling a bit weaker, but when high-ranking players have to escort to chance to flee and knockback spam, it's just unfun. Yeah, I agree. Like, from what I've seen, I do think it could use some tuning, and there's some aspects of it that don't feel great to me. There's the monster totem or whatever that disables regen, which is just terrible for some builds, especially Righteous Fire. That's just a, oh, I guess you die. I guess you can't play this, you lose this round, which isn't fun. There's the one that overwhelms 100% physical damage reduction, which just one-shots most builds. And so, like, some of those need to be tuned back a little bit. I think there's something about the way, like, the totem interaction is right now that, to me, doesn't feel particularly amazing either. I don't know exactly what it is. I'd have to, like, pay more attention and kind of really think about it. What I do know, like, I am comfortable saying there's, like, I feel like it could feel better to play, even ignoring rewards, even ignoring some of the, like, random one-shots or annoying, like, mechanics. I feel like it could feel better to actually participate in. Maybe it might feel better instead of left-click channeling to break the totems if you could damage the totems and they were just really tanky. Like, that might feel a little more Path of Exile to me and a little less disruptive to my play. I feel like as implemented now, it's also just very cheesy, where most of the TotA I've done, I did a teeny bit of single player, which felt pretty bad on Righteous Fire. And then most of what I've done has been in duos, and in duos you have one person run defense and essentially just keep them off of your totems. And the other person just goes in their backline and just tries to avoid getting stunned as they break totem after totem. And, like, that feels cheesy. Things like the chance to flee and, like, trying to perma-stun and lock things down feels like cheese rather than, like, I have a strong build that is, like, beating or overcoming this challenge. So I definitely agree with, like, the sentiment you're describing. And, like, thinking about it, really I think that having the totems be damageable instead of you needing to left-click channel on them, I think would probably address a lot of my like disappointment with how the mechanic feels. Of course, then you get into, like, they can balance the channeling side of things to be equal, regardless of player power. If the totems were damageable, you kind of get back into that territory I was expressing, where, like, maybe the PvP scaling side of things could help account for this to some extent. But it would get a little bit more into the territory of falling into that same category of either being really, really trivial for very high DPS builds, or being extremely hard for less min-maxed trade builds. Where's the last statue? Oh, I got all of us. I completely spaced picking up one of those. And I'm not using galvanic arrows, so sell that. Let me glance at my notes real quick. Okay, so at this point, I should have switched to lightning arrow a little while ago, actually. Let me buy a couple of gems. Okay, so I run 2 lightning arrows. Lesser multiple. Ballista totems. Added cold, I think I already have. Yep. Herald of Thunder is blue. Herald of Ice, which was the one I was just looking at. Sniper's Mark and Blood Rage. Oh, Blood Rage is green. For some reason, Blood Rage always feels like it should be red to me. Glance at endgame chat, making sure I'm not missing anything. Finally do Uber all 6 trials. Awesome. Alright, that's the old Uber. That took me a moment to get. Oh, I have played for way too many years of old Uber that is just ingrained in me as, oh yeah, that's a thing that exists, even though, like, I've done it without 6 trials for several leagues now. Ooh, getting close to Gifts of the Azanoth. Fistules with Life, okay. Fractured Strength. That, oh, T3, okay. I also feel like the buying process can be streamlined. Yes, the interfaces in general are terrible. Yeah, you shouldn't have to walk around the entire room, I agree. It should also be more visible. Like, it's not very ADHD friendly for me. I have limited executive function in that keeping track of many pieces of information like at one time can be a challenge. The fact that you can click on the door to see what the next rewards will be, and if there's not one reward you're targeting, there's multiple favor options, and so you can kind of be like, oh, well, I could get a lot of favor across these factions or a lot across these factions. And really, I'd like to be able to, like, do a better job, like, targeting and planning on, oh, I want, like, I'm a little bit shy of buying this unit from this faction. I want to be able to look at and say, okay, well, this, if I choose this opponent next, I will get the favor for that faction to get that thing. But right now, doing that requires, like, looking at the rewards, going to all of the factions, looking at the reward again, I forgot something, so let's go look at the factions, and that's just not worth doing. So I just grab whichever favor's highest, regardless of if it's helping me towards something for the most part, and just go with that, which feels bad. And not to mention the walking, as you pointed out. I wish you could open all the shops from one place. Yeah, and they have, like, in other League mechanics, it works that way. I guess I'd have to switch characters to get to the TotA area, but I want to just be able to hit V, and within V be able to, like, toggle through all of the different traders, and be able to see from the V menu the, like, rewards for the next thing. Maybe have on, like, one side of the screen the options for who I could fight next, and on the other half have, like, a trader window with, like, a tab for each trader that I could quickly flip through, or something along those lines. And that way you just finish a fight, hit V, buy, tab buy, choose the next one, go again. I feel like that would be a massive improvement, for me at least. Okay, so now I need to figure out colors. so my green, green, red, green. We eventually artillery ballista, but we're not there yet. Compare it to Heist, you can interact with any rogue in Heist and put gear on anyone. Whilst with this mechanic, you've got to walk around all over the place. Exactly, it's just a bad interface is really what it boils down to. And that's unfortunately been a trend with GGG, is like they could really use better UX designers. Ad break starting any moment, by the way. Ballista totem. There's no reason I couldn't do another faster attacks here. Trinity, I don't think I could do for a while. I'm not mistaken. Oh, I can do Trinity now. Cool. So we Trinity there. And then here we also added. Oh, we are already added cold. I think I just dropped another faster attacks. Maybe a better option, but this will be good enough for now. Okay, we get our heralds in somewhere. Socket my Wanderlust. I need some more greens. Let's get at least some green. That's a lot of greens on my Wanderlust. I mean, I was not expecting to put all of my green gems in my int boots, but we'll take it. Here I really just need one more blue. Okay, that's good enough. The rest of this I can just forget about. And finish up Act 3 and then run some TotA. Blink arrow and mirror arrow recovery. But yeah, I'm hoping that they'll get some interface improvements, like, in the next couple of weeks. Like, I think that has been pretty universal feedback, is this feels bad. So hopefully that translates to doing something about that universal feedback. Okay, I don't need the catacombs. Hey, Ozark, how's it going? Don't need to do the next Fairgraves quest.
My mana is gone. Poor corrupted creature. I'm not up to that.
New build? Yeah, I am working on leveling a ranger, which will eventually be a magic find build. So the plan for right now is to just go. So the build will eventually be lightning arrow, magic find with like a bunch of specific gear and timeless jewel and a few other things. For now, I'm going to be going just fairly generic lightning arrow. and using that to be able to farm some Legion to get the Timeless Jewel, which is kind of the like crucial piece of the Magic Find build that in the private league we aren't likely to get in another way right now. We don't have anyone farming Legion at the moment. Whereas we have a bunch of people getting core, drop pool drops, or targeting other league mechanics. And so things like a Helm enchant may just eventually come because we have a lab runner who's running a bunch of lab, which is awesome. I have never played in a like small private league like this with someone who enjoys running a bunch of lab. That's always had to be something I've needed to farm myself. Oh, thank you, Warren.
Champion in existence.
I really appreciate that. As I've mentioned before, I've only started streaming beginning of Crucible, and I'm trying to see if this is something I can sustain doing full time. And every bit really helps out, so thank you. But yeah, so it's been really nice having a lab farmer. Dime, who commented a couple times in chat recently, is blowing up maps and about to start some bossing, as I understand it. And so like some of the unique like boss drops or uniques from like maps they may be likely to come across, or others in the league may find fractures we need, stuff along those lines. But the Timeless Jewel, like, it's something that provides a lot of group value too, because everyone wants their 5th map device slot unlocked, and since no one's running Legion at the moment, we don't have that happening. So hopefully I should be getting to that soon. Don't know a lot about Magic Find. What Timeless Jewel do you need? So Magic Find, it really depends on the like build. But this one, trying to remember the name of the keystone. There's a keystone that you can get on one of the, I think it's Glorious Vanity, that gives you have like 0 attribute requirements, but you don't get any of the benefits you normally get from attributes. So normally having strength gives you a little bit of life, and normally having like dex gets you a bit of evasion and things like that. Supreme Ostentatious. Ostentation from Elegant Hubris. Thank you, Snowy. And so that's something that the particular Magic Find build I'm looking at, I missed. Oh, that's funny. I missed the waypoint in the barracks. I never do that. Distracted. So the Magic Find build that I'm trying to do uses a bunch of like high strength gems and uniques, and some high int ones as well on a ranger. And so trying to get enough attributes to make that happen is possible, but it would take like a fair number of passive points, or it would take like a bunch of attributes on my gear, or it would take like something along those lines. And the problem is with Magic Find, you are trying to get as much increased quantity of items dropped and rarity of items dropped as possible. And doing that locks you into a whole bunch of unique items, because unique items are where you get most of the quantum rarity you can get on a build. And so once I finish Act 3, if you're still around, I can pull up the build and briefly show you. But the build uses uniques in every slot besides 2. And I've modified the build to be slightly more SSF viable, and I'm going to have rares in 3 slots. But those 2 or 3 slots, there are some very specific things I'm needing to get in those slots, because the uniques that I'm using won't give me everything I need elsewhere. And so any needs the build has, things like getting attributes on gear, has to be in just a couple of rares. And in addition to the other things I need, adding attributes to that list of things I need makes it harder and harder to craft those rares. And if I try to do it on the passive tree, spending points to get those attributes on the passive tree means that I can't get things that are really important for the build on the passive tree. And so the whole idea with Magic Find is you want to get more drops. You want to get more loot. But having Magic Find on a character that has low damage and takes a lot of time to kill things completely defeats the purpose. Because if I get twice as much loot dropped, but I take 3 times as long to kill things, I'm actually not any better off. Or if I get twice as much loot, but I am half as fast as a zoomy character that also one-shots everything, I'm not necessarily better off. So with Magic Find, you need to still have really high DPS, you need to still have really high move speed, and you need to be able to use all of these Magic Find uniques and get all this quantum rarity on top of all of that. And so it ends up being very, very strict, I guess, or very specific, where the way in which you spend your passive points and the sort of things you get on gear end up really, really mattering to be able to squeeze out every last bit of Magic Find you can, while still having the damage to be able to actually play well enough. And so Supreme Ostentation will help a lot with that, because I just won't have to worry about solving attributes at all, which also opens up a lot of potential with tattoos, because I won't care about any of my attribute nodes anymore. And so there's no downside to using tattoos on every attribute node I can. And so I will likely end up running 50 tattoos or whatever in the end. Would have to see how many pathing nodes make sense to pick up. But that's the reason that jewel is really important. In the original build that the build guide I was looking at, it's not intended for SSF or group self-find. And so it's aiming for a particular version of that timeless jewel, which not only gives Supreme Ostentation, but also gives a bunch of useful nodes in the general area around it that also help with things like rarity, or help solve some accuracy problems for the build, or things like that. But I'm approaching the end of Act 3, and I can pull up the build then and
This land might just start healing itself.
show the group self-find version of the build that I've like tailored to what I think will reasonably find versus what the original build was expecting. To kind of highlight what I'm describing. But I did some magic find in like pure SSF before I did the unique collection event last league. I did a magic find build that was slightly scuffed, but it worked. I feel like it reached a point that was definitely like very beneficial to be running magic find. But like something has to give when you're building for magic find. You're adding, like, you can't compromise on your damage, you can't compromise on your move speed. But something has to give since you're building in, like, all these kind of forced uniques and picking up all this extra quant and rarity. And on trade, often the thing that gives is budget, where you can still get everything you want, it's just cost far more. But in SSF, like, the only thing that really makes sense to compromise on, aside from budget, is defenses. So the Magic Find build I was running in SSF was very, very, very glass cannon. Plan is to run it solo or in a party. The plan is to be able to do both. There will be times where I might be the only person online, or maybe not the only person online, but there might not be someone online who is playing a like support role that would make sense to run with Magic Find. And like maybe I could still duo with someone, but like at that point it's just extra quant and stuff in the area, or in exchange for things having more health, which may or may not be worthwhile depending on how much damage I have. But we have multiple people either currently running or planning on running support builds. Garden of Numbers is a friend of the channel who also streams sometimes. They haven't streamed recently, but I think they've mentioned they're maybe going to be streaming again soon. They like playing a Link bot using Flame Link. And that's what they're doing this league, and they are playing a support role for a friend of theirs, Orange actually, in chat. But it's possible I might maybe join them sometimes, or might duo with Numbers if Orange isn't online at the moment, to benefit from some of the support that Numbers build could provide. Decor in chat is playing in the event and is looking into possibly trying out Orabot. So there's potential for group play. And that was one of the things I was looking for when planning the build, is I wanted to not just do Magic Find, but also have a Magic Find build that's capable of solo play, but could leverage support if I were playing with some sort of support character. And I think this build should work pretty well for that. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to, I think, I really enjoy the bits of duos and like party play I've done before, but I haven't had a ton of opportunity to do so, because in the past I have generally done very small groups I'll find with a couple of friends and with my wife. And I duo with my wife sometimes, but she generally played like a little less and a little less in total and a little more casually than I do. So duoing with her was fun, but I think would like feels very different from duoing with like a build that's more like at your level of power, or actually just straight up a support build that like is made and like designed to synergize with something like Magic Find. And I've never done duos or like party play as a Magic Find build before. So my build will have coal built into it, and if we get large enough groups going, like the build I'm playing is made to be able to be played solo, but there are things I could like switch up if I'm not needing to really put out damage or as much damage. I could do things like throw on increased rarity support to my pulling skill, and I could be what's called a Magic Find Culler, where we could have others in the group be responsible for putting out damage. And if others are putting out damage, they could use things like oh, I'm suddenly forgetting the name of the gloves. It's like thinking like frost or snow or something, but I think that's wrong. There's a pair of gloves that make it so you cannot kill enemies unless they are frozen. Southbound, thank you, Orange. And if there are people who are wanting to join in the party and play with the group, and they have good damage, they could put on Southbound gloves so that they do a ton of damage and bring things to 1 health, but they do not kill things. And that way, my build doesn't need damage. It just needs to hit everything on the screen and needs to cull. And that way, I get the last hit on things, and so I'm the one that, like every kill benefits from my Magic Find. But since I don't need to be doing as much damage, I can repurpose into having even more like increased item quantity and rarity. And so there's potential for that sort of thing as well. Interested to see the POV I leveled as Ranger, so can always repurpose it if needed. Yeah, and like it's definitely whatever you're interested in, Ozark. Like trying to go for a similar like Magic Find build, like we'd be competing and stuff for gear a little bit. But like eventually we'll reach a point where like having multiple people running Magic Find could make sense and wouldn't like probably be too big of a deal gear-wise. Especially once we have like one Magic Find build online, we'll get a lot more unique drops and be able to more easily get the uniques for a second Magic Find build. If you were wanting to do DPS carry, like you could possibly do that. I don't know what build you're running now, but if you have enough DPS, you could potentially play that role with like a build you're already playing. As long as the build doesn't freeze things. If you freeze things, then you could still potentially DPS carry, but there's another less ideal, more complicated unique that gets used to prevent killing things in that situation. So no cold dot? Not if you're wanting to DPS carry, no. Yeah, if there's a DPS carry using southbounds, we would not want any build to be freezing things. And my Magic Find build actually has like the potential to freeze built into it. So if we were playing with a DPS carry, that's one of the things that I'd spec out of, is I would remove my Ice Shot and sources of cold damage, or I'd have to do something to prevent me from freezing. Maybe it might make sense for me to look into the alternate cold element. Scorch is fire brittle, I think. But if I like convert to doing brittle, then I wouldn't be inflicting freeze. So maybe that's something that I situationally like spec in and out of, depending on whether or not we have a DPS carry at the time. But yeah, almost done with Act 3, then I can pull up and show off the build that I'm looking at real quick. And then do a little bit of TotA if you're still interested, Dime. From here, we go this way. Not done with campaign yet, just a sheesh decor.
Some of us live to regret our mistakes. Some of us don't.
It is too tempting to turn that right back around on you. And you're kind of asking for it too, but I'm biting my tongue. I was expecting it, yeah, I figured. And I know you could take it too. Like, my initial reaction was to bite my tongue a little bit there, and then I was like second guessing it, but by then like the comedic timing would have passed.
I'm not up to that just yet.
No need to hold your tongue with me? Yeah, I know. I don't know why that was my initial response. I think it was just, I know you were like expressing a bit of disappointment if you're how long it took you to get through the campaign this time around compared to what you were hoping for, so I wasn't wanting to rub salt in the wound if that was still something you were disappointed in. But at the same time, I also know you'd probably anticipate the comeback there and wouldn't have poked fun at me not being done with the campaign yet if you were not willing to handle the retaliation. Alright, so the Magic Find build originally this is the non 3.22 version, so this is from last league, but it's mostly the same in 3.22. But this is what the gear looks like. Sorry, bad joke. Oh, the fingers get all slobbery. That's fine. So the spine bow, you need a really good bow for really being able to push DPS. And this build was also assuming, this was for a Crucible League. And so this was assuming a Crucible tree on the bow with rampage and with attack speed and increased modifier magnitudes and a bunch of stuff like that. Just buy a mirrored bow forehead? Yeah, not quite an option here. So I have very little flexibility there. So essentially I have 2 rares that I need to put everything else that I need on. And the quiver is really, really important for putting out a bunch of damage too, so this is all damage. So really, helmet is where like everything else fits. And the helmet you can get a bunch of rarity on, so I'd prefer to get rarity on the helmet if possible over like needing to put attributes and stuff here. And due to some other things in the build, I need a bunch of life regen. And so like I'm kind of locked into trying to go for regen on the helmet. So I have very, very few like affixes I could work with for attributes. But the idea is Greed's Embrace, Calm's Spirit, Goldworm. I guess this might be like this is the share copy. So this one's not worth maybe making a channel like Twitch command around. Chat command, that's the word I was looking for. Since this is just the idealized like last league version. Just craft a mirror tier bow, easy. That's more the plan, Orange. Plan is probably running a whole bunch of essences and essence and prey. I'm going to need to look into like getting a really good fracture would help. Like if we could get a fractured +2 arrows spine bow or any good endgame bow, that would go a long ways. But really any fracture would probably help. And after that, I'm going to have to like look into crafting methodology. There was a +1 fracture bow floating around. Yeah, I saw that the other day. I was in a call and commented on it at the time, if I remember right. It's on a LE bow, which I think is not quite as ideal as spine bow, but I think is still a viable endgame option. So if we don't end up with a fractured +2, which is rather unlikely, because I think +2 arrows is eye level 85 or 86. So you need to have an eye level 85 or 86 drop, which doesn't happen all the time. It needs to be a usable base, which doesn't happen for most eye level 85, 86 drops. It needs to roll the 2 additional arrows. It needs to be fractured, and the fracture needs to land on the 2 additional arrows. So like chance of hitting that is incredibly low. So the +1 arrow might be what I end up crafting. Unless we can fracturing orb. Yeah. That would be a really good fracturing orb target, would be throwing some like essences or something at a spine bow, trying to get like eventually get the +2 arrows along with hopefully a couple additional mods and go for that. Are the additional arrows that required though? Maybe not. I can get 1 more arrow than was planned in this build originally due to tattoos. And this build actually wasn't spec'd into multi-shot either. So I could potentially get the +2 arrows that way instead. But like the additional arrows is really nice. If I'm playing the role of a Magic Fine Kohler, I want to hit as much of the screen as possible at one time. If we have a DPS carry, the best way for me to maximize value is additional arrows, more chaining, covering more of the screen at once. If I'm solo, I still want additional arrows as much as reasonably possible, because I still am wanting to lock down as much of the screen as possible, because this build's like as shown here from last league, this has 33k effective pool and Path of Builder. The version of it that I'm going to reach is not going to be even this good. I'm not wanting to plan on a Progenesis. This is assuming constant flask uptime, which I won't necessarily have. But looking at the passive tree, this is where it starts to get like a little bit more like ridiculous. Is it's expecting a massive Thread of Hope to be able to grab like a bunch of useful nodes. But on top of that, it's also expecting a specific Elegant Hubris, which not only gets Supreme Ostentation, but also gives like attack speed, projectile attack damage, a bunch of increased rarity, and in places that are able to be reached from that same massive Thread of Hope, getting more rarity and more projectile attack damage. And like, maybe I can get a massive Thread of Hope. I'm not wanting to count on it. I'm sure I could get an Elegant Hubris with Supreme Ostentation. Maybe I even get one that has like some reachable rarity and stuff. But the combination of getting two that synergize is just realistically not happening ever. It's looking for a very specific Sublime Vision. Storm Shroud isn't something that I want to count on finding. It is... the eventuals are doable. Like, most of these uniques have useful double corrupts, where both of the double corrupts are like the ideal double corrupts you want to go for. Massive Thread of Hope is Uber Service? I'm not sure, actually, Dime. I'd have to look it up. But the version of the build that I'm aiming for, I think is a little bit more realistic. And I think will be good enough. And if we get some of those extra things, great, but I don't want to count on it. I want to have a build I could get online before getting those things. Hey Stu, probably not going to be super active today, doing a bunch of digging into window managers and trying to talk myself out of changing display servers in the middle of the week. All right, best of luck, Stu. Appreciate you stopping by. Might be interested for a more starter version. Yeah, and this is the one that I think would be maybe possibly more useful to have as like a chat command. So this is my somewhat more starter version, where it's very similar to that other build, except I'm not planning on an ideal voices. In fact, I just dropped the voices entirely. I'm still looking at using the same large and medium cluster jewels, but I've taken out the like very specific like unique jewels that I was expecting, and I could just put like good jewels in those slots instead. I am still planning on an Elegant Hubris with Supreme Ostentation, but I'm not planning on any of the other nodes that it'll give me. If it gives me useful nodes, awesome, I'll grab them. But otherwise, the only reason I'm grabbing this, I'm not like relying on getting this rarity of items found, but I'm planning on getting the Leech Mastery still. So that's just me pathing to get the Leech Mastery. And not getting the voices, not getting all of the nodes picked up with the large, or the massive Thread of Hope, saved me a bunch of passive points, where after dropping those things, and after dropping the amulet that it was expecting, and the Progenesis, and replacing it with a Dying Sun, that introduced a couple of problems with the build. My hit chance was too low, among other things, and for some reason it's showing my hit chances being low again, which I thought I had fixed. I'll have to look into that. Or maybe that's just with the one skill. Oh, the chance is still showing 90. Yeah, so this might still need a little bit of tweaking and fixing. But at this point, this is looking much more realistic, and I actually have some points to spend. I kind of just mimed out grabbing like these, the large passes just to show they were in reach, where realistically I'll just be grabbing one of those to stick a tattoo on. And there's some things I could do to fix accuracy. I think maybe I grab Farsight, or I think it's flat accuracy I'm missing. If I grab this, what does that bring my hit chance to? 97. So yeah, maybe I just end up pathing over here to Weathered Hunter or something and grabbing that. But like, this will end up being much more realistic. This is still, and I also removed all of the double corrupts from all of the pieces of gear. So at this point, this is still using the same really, really good bow. I might not get a bow quite this good, or a quiver quite this good, at least not to start. But all of this is now much more realistically findable, including the Elegant Hubris. And once I slot some jewels in there, I'm going to get a little bit more like power on the build that isn't shown here. And now my effective hit pool drops down to 16,000. So this will be extremely squishy, especially the physical hits. And to some extent, there might be some things I could do to shore that up, but to some extent, that's just going to be the trade-off, is in order to get good enough damage while having good magic find and good move speed, I'm going to need to sacrifice some survivability to do so. And this will be something that when I'm playing with a support or an aura bot, like a link bot or an aura bot, defenses could be shored up quite a bit with that sort of setup. But otherwise, like, this ends up with 9 mil full DPS, which should be good enough for like T16 mappings with like a decent amount of juice. It might not be the ideal, I one-shot everything for the sake of my own safety, but it should be good enough. And so this is a little bit more like what I'm aiming for. Dime, you interested in a bit of TotA still? All the neeks. Going to take a quick bio break first. Did map give me 10? Okay, yeah, no problem. So yeah, I'm going to take a quick bio break. I'll run an ad in the meanwhile, since I'm going to be away for a couple of minutes anyways. And that should make the next hour 15 minutes ad-free, since I'm running at 15 minutes early. But I'll be back in a couple minutes. And sounds like once I'm back, we'll be running TotA fairly soon after.
check out this dope shit, man. Players never down, we getting paid. Another day, another dollar living in the bay. Hustling for my baby, trying to play in my escape. I ain't staying in the matrix where they trying to get my papers. Players never down, we getting paid. Another day, another dollar living in the bay. Hustling for my baby, trying to play in my escape. I ain't staying in the matrix where they trying to get my papers.
All right, I'm back. Ooh, divination distillate. Good to go? Awesome. Let me grab a bunch of silver coins. And get you an invite. Decor, are you in game? Are you interested in joining for TotA at all? Or anyone would be welcome. Yep. Alright. Get you an invite in a moment. Oh, thank you. Okay, so let's go Halls of the Dead. You guys should be able to come to me once I'm in this instance. Oh, and apparently I left off at the end of a tournament for some reason. That's weird. I would have thought I would have finished it. Well, we've got a Winged Harbinger Scarab on the line. Forget exactly where I was at with this setup. Probably use more NPCs. So I could ditch a bit of this stealth to buy another war collar. If we do that. And maybe I ditch the war collar to get a Thunderbird. I think I'd like the Thunderbird better. I need an additional 250 to get there. Actually, I ditch a... Oh, that's including that. I think I ditched 2 of the small ones. Yeah, we ditch a Sage and a Turtle to get a Thunderbird. Let's see if there's anything else to spend real fast. Just odds and ends here and there. We should be fine. Okay, so I'm going to start playing defense initially, because Righteous Fire is good at that. And we can kind of go from there and feel things out. Okay, so let's get Thunderbird and War Caller. And let's put Turtle on attack. Okay, should be good. And I'll try to queue these up faster in the future. I had forgotten that I had apparently left off in the middle of one, so I needed to remember where I was at. I should have defense. We just need to start taking out. Oh, lost. Just need to be making progress on, especially like their back line. Really enjoying this mechanic even at a lower level? Yeah, it's fun. I have complaints. There's definitely things I'd like to see improved. But I enjoy like how the mechanic plays, at least for the most part. I think with a few like fixes and UI improvements, it could become really, really fun. Yeah, I've been enjoying the mechanic. I wish it was a little bit faster, especially between rounds. And I wish it was a little bit more rewarding. But in general, it's been a lot of fun. Oh, I don't want to kill these two. I don't want you guys to have to deal with respawns. I'm just going to let them do their thing. Alright, and so what I've been doing is when there's good rewards multiple people are interested in, I can roll for the rewards. So here I kind of think Chaos Res. The Divine Orb is whoever it dropped for. I think the Chaos Res is generally more useful than the like one-time use Omen. If anyone wants the Chaos Res, let me know and we could roll for it. Otherwise, I'll just drop it in a stash and have it be available for whoever needs it. Okay, and then we just go again. I don't have any favor yet. Polished Ambush Scarab is nice. Increased armor is kind of nice. I think I like the Scarab enough to go for a lower favor reward, especially with 3 of us. Okay, so... First div, nice. Put that on defense. And that on defense. And let's have the defenders higher. Okay. I think the same thing as last time. That seemed to work pretty well. Yeah, and if you guys go for the towers in the back line first, that takes out their defenders, so there will be fewer things blocking you guys from being able to hurt towers. So for completing these quickly, those are probably the first priority wherever possible. Ooh, almost died to something. Don't know what this huge, there we go, orb on my screen is, just sitting there. Oh, almost got one shot by something again. I think that one does chaos damage, which I do not have chaos resist sorted yet. Okay, got only a little bit of favor this time. Probably not going to be enough to buy anything. Minions still get slaughtered in here, yeah. Okay, we can buy one guy. All my Spectre zombies are gone now. I'm sorry, that sucks. Okay, unless any of these are really good. I mean, accuracy might be nice, but it's flat accuracy the other build needs. I do like unmakings, but I think we go for the high favor of the top option here to make sure we get to the end. Desecrate pool is set up now at least, so I could get them back easily. Nice. Oh, something hurts. Oh, there's something that turns off my regen, I think, when I'm near it. Yeah, I might need help on defense. I can't fight. I think I need to be forward, because something that's on offense is taking out my ability to regen, which kills the Righteous Fire. Yeah, that's one that just feels bad to me. Like, it shouldn't be that there's effects that are just so anti a specific build. Okay, let me make sure. There we go. All my auras are back up. Okay, that should have given me a bunch of favor with a few of these. So we can get a Spirit Dancer. Still not enough here. Recover 100% life on kill is actually pretty good though. Oh, that's what it is. Noxious Fumes. So it's not a specific enemy, it's equipment that anything could have. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Outsider. My elites never fail.
Okay, here we I think want Goliath of the Night if we can. We just need 50 more. So what we do here is one of these I had a piece of equipment I could buy if I remember right. Oh, this one I just want to keep. Is there equipment here? There's a warrior here. So I buy the warrior, and then I'm going to sell the warrior to be able to afford Goliath of the Night. And here we're saving for Tycaller. Use de facto shock, breach scarab. Okay, none of the tattoos are amazing. The Chaos Orb one gives a bunch of favor. So does the flat fire. Breach scarabs are always great. Yeah, it is polished. Problem is, I feel like we're a little bit behind on favor already. Yeah, we should be fine. Generally, early I go for favor almost every time, unless there's something like really good, or things that are like exclusive to this mode. Now we can. I guess that's mostly on defense, but that's fine. And one of these we want to recover life on kill. Let's give that to the Sage. I'll try defending again. Oh. Something in here is potentially one-shotty. If I die, I need someone to rush to defense. For now, I'm doing okay though. Hey Simmer, how's it going? Feeling any better today? My goal is essentially just to keep it occupied so you guys can break the tower now.
The trial continues and the outsider moves forward.
The chromas aren't mine. Still sick, it's just getting worse, so that's fun. Oh, that's not fun. I'm sorry. That really sucks. I hope things improve for you soon. Ooh, I do want to save for a Ravager. Ravagers are amazing on defense. Buy a warrior, possibly just to turn around and sell for a Ravager. In fact, I think there's a very good chance of that. I think we also buy a Tidal Wave Idol for the same reason. Okay, so we're 600, we need 1,000, that's 750. 2 warriors, now we get a Ravager. So we aren't going to have a whole lot of units, and we definitely need to be going heavily into favor now. Problem is, less favors offered later. I think we go here. Actually, yeah, we go here. Hey Numbers, how's it going? Unlurk, how's it going today? It is going pretty well. I am feeling much healthier than I have in the last couple of weeks, which is really nice. Let's get that on attack. And let's get that on attack. And we go. How are you doing, Numbers? Same, I think I'm finally getting over the COVID. Awesome. About time. Oh, goodbye, Decor. I almost got one shot in here, too. I might need to focus up for a second. Oh, they're breaking a tower. Please stop. Yeah, keep focusing on offense. I'll defend as best as I can, but if we're not making progress on attack, we're going to be in trouble. Essentially, all I'm doing is stalling to buy us time. Even if we lose a couple of towers, it's fine. How long did you have the COVID Numbers? That was like 2 weeks or something? Nine or 10 days? Ah, that sucks. End up affecting like the breathing much at all for you? I know that hits people a little bit differently. Around the time COVID, like at the time wasn't believed to be in the US, but later we learned was actually in the US at that time. I was diagnosed with bacterial pneumonia, which in retrospect, I was talking with doctors and they're like, there's a decent chance that could have been COVID. And man, that sucked. Like even after I had pretty much recovered, like I'd get winded doing like just getting out of bed and stuff, or like walking like a single flight of stairs down into the basement. Unlurk, nice. Thank you, Stu. Stu adding chat commands while themselves supposedly lurking. Nice. I don't know if Stu even has audio. Hits always ignite. You like that. I do. That's why I came back and added it. Alright. Prevents reviving, speeds up reviving. cooldown recovery. I think we go for the one with the equipment. And then Folly has a teeny bit. Get another warrior just to fill spots. Scarabs for sure. Scarabs and more favor. Seems like an easy choice. Okay, the Ravager, we give the hits always ignite. Then we fill in this a bit. Oh, but I want the recover life on kill to be on the Hinakoras? Or does the Hinakoras might not do damage. We want that on probably one of the Spear Dancers. There we go. I think I have everything out now. Yeah, so also since the last stream, I have added the ability to do song requests now via channel points. So there's a channel point reward song request, and there is a songs chat command that shows a playlist of songs that are able to be played. That's the list of like songs from the Spotify user no copyright sounds, which I am sticking to their music. Oh, I'm dead. That's slam. We need someone to fall back. Player totem's getting hit, so I can't respawn. Thank you. I am back. Oh, I'm dead. Decor, we need you on defense. Is overwhelm? Yeah, it's just absolutely crazy. Okay, any moment. Want to play again? Okay, I'm going to go attack. See just how much can maybe rush down. Oh, I didn't see that up. I can defend? Alright. Okay, we have most of them down now. The defenders are down at least. I win. Oh, I'm dead. His overwhelm found me. I'll respawn one day, it's fine. That Fizz Overwhelm one just feels unfair. Like, every build's going to want some physical mitigation of some kind, and there's really not a lot of alternatives aside from just evading. Oh, it's 50%, not 100? I mean, still, it's huge. I wrote the command, so who's the real winner? You're pulling that? There we go. Yeah, and as always, if anyone's wanting to roll for any of the rewards, just let me know. Okay, we need 50 more to get another boar. I think that means selling a little bit of equipment for it. Although the regen life is a good one. View favors. Okay, tide collars are really good. I'd like another 200 for a tide collar. think I ditch a sage and a warrior or a tide caller.
Your choice is made.
And we should be good to go again. Last one, chance to suppress spell damage. That's a good one. Okay, so let's get the boars there. Turtle up top. Another warrior in front of it. And tide caller forward. And let's have one of these on offense. Or we swap it with one of these, because there we go. Do you take requests for monkey noises? Monkey thinks it won the lottery and then realizes it misread a number on its ticket. Monkey sounds? Alright, I can do that once I'm safe. Oh, sorry, I'm supposed to be on defense. I forgot after the last one. I've got it, I just need to play a bit of catch-up. Once I'm no longer needing to pay attention to everything going on, I can do those monkey sounds. Okay, we're losing a bit of our front line. I think I'm just going to focus on the core. If you guys keep attacking, as long as I keep our core up, we should be good. Might lose a couple attackers, but that's okay. We'll still have a couple flankers, hopefully. Oh, I see. You're requesting a specific type of monkey noise. I just barely processed that. Been too focused on this. The only specific monkey noise request I've done before was from my daughter, and I couldn't say no. I could try. Okay, we are essentially good now. Okay, here's the monkey sound. Hopefully that counts numbers. 11 out of 10, awesome. Love the wine, yeah. Okay, let me know when you're ready, Dime. Don't want to start if you're in the middle of stash, it'll kick you out. Alright, we've got a belly on the line. Spearfisher on defense should help. Someone just needed unmakings, fair. I'll probably need some unmakings before too long, but I think I should be able to get those once. Oh, once I'm on my lightning arrow. Oh, I'm dead. Might need help on defense time. Actually, defenders seem to be doing an okay job. Funny watching like things just disappear as you guys take out their towers and like defense gets easier and easier. No longer nearly as chaotic. Ooh, I keep a Tide Caller and a Spear Dancer this time. Awesome. To make each enemy nearby permanently take more damage, that is hilarious. I don't know, what do you all think? I've largely not been grabbing most of these omens. A couple of them might be useful for the occasional, like, pinnacle boss fight if someone's close. Attributes, yeah. That's generally what I've been leaning towards, but... That was supposed to be global. And we go again. Only omen's worth it is the crafting ones, fair. If you want it numbers, it's all yours. We're about to go again. You'd have to come real quick if you want it, or otherwise you'd have to wait till next round. Get it later? Alright. Got a 750, 250, 250 here. I think that's the play. Oh, yeah, I could do that after the next round. That's a good idea. Okay, so we start with that on defense, that escorting, Spear Dancer, attack, Warrior, Sage. Oh yeah, XP here is awful for me as well. It's interesting that it's good for you. Maybe it's because you're like under leveled relative to like, maybe it's scaled for my level or something. And so maybe XP seems better by comparison. Good round. And once we're out, let me trade you. That'll be for numbers. Cover 100% of life on kill's a good one, but we don't have a great target for it yet. It's Always Ignites also decent. I think we save. Turtle. Alright, I think that's all for that round. Sulfite Scarab. Might lean that direction. Much less favor, unfortunately. Oh, a lot less favor. Yeah, it's so much less favor. I think I go this route. Just make sure we set up for success later when the rewards are better. Actually, we reverse those. Turtles tankier. Let's get it up front. Love the chat logs just getting filled with "Ha! Nightfall! Cut down! They see us! I see you! Ha! Lionized Bane!" Just absolute spam as all the voice lines go off as everything's attacking early on. It's much slower now, but at the start, like, got like a full wall of them super fast. Okay. Got 1,000 here. So we get this. 900 here. We get the one with the equipment. No, I think we get this with this. That equipment's much better. Volley. Get another turtle. Okay, we're about to fill up on having enough numbers. Rave party over there. Attacks have a chance to maim on hit seems potentially decent. That might be good enough to go for. It has decent rewards too. Okay, so the fire breather we get up front. We remove a turtle and get 4 on both sides actually. Let's keep the turtle. Hinakoras we get up the center. And I want life on kill to this Tide Caller. Well, so far they're letting me, Oh, I just died. Something one-shot me. I think I'm fine as long as they don't take out our player totem. Okay, I'm back. As long as I don't get one shot again, I don't quite know what that was that hit me. Okay, looks like we got this in the bag easily.
The trial continues and the outsider moves forward.
Okay. Chance to maim on hit. And what are the rewards next time? Unmakings are always nice. So are the enkindlings. Betula. We can't quite afford that and the other ones. We get score. Calm. I might save or come back to. Here we can get another turtle. We're probably selling a couple of turtles to get something better at Calm. Oh, and I missed a favor here. Oh, I didn't miss it. I just couldn't quite afford the thing I wanted. That sells for 125. As does that. I think I'd rather have one of these than the Thunderbird. Oh wait, these are both the regular fire breathers. I go for the Thunderbird. We're closer anyways. So we sell 2 turtles to get the Thunderbird. And we're good to go. At this point, we're doing pretty good. I think I go Warps of Unmaking. We don't need too much more in the way of favor. Thunderbird replaces that turtle. Turtle up front and a turtle on top. Oh, back line. Looks like one of the defenders got it though. Oh, this is going so smoothly with 3 people. I stalled just long enough that you guys just wreck all the towers. Volley gives us another turtle. Brachiata, we get a Spearfisher. And that fills all of our NPC slots. Okay, so killing blows have 10% to shatter enemies as though frozen. It's probably not a huge deal. Totem life, we have people playing totems. Is Totem Life one that's worth sacrificing strength passives for? Don't think so. Okay, so probably just the Chaos then. Another defense turtle. Let's get the Spearfisher more central. Oh, we have one more slot I didn't see. It's a bit of a meme build, fair. Whoops. One of these times I'm going to get it right. I'm just wanting 800 because I was considering doing a Facebreaker bossing build. That is a big number there, Dime. Oh, it's 700 and something. 792, sheesh.
The reigning champion emerges triumphant once more.
I definitely clicked exit. $791, wow. Those are pretty nice. Okay, we're down to like 2 rounds left. Get another turtle. Figure out who the heck we got favor with last time. Okay, so we can get a Goliath of the Night. So we get that. And then we can sell potentially one. I think I would rather a fire breather than like 2 turtles. 2 turtles enough. That's 250. It's not quite enough. Oh well. I think we just go as is. Totem life again, or some chisels. Goliath of the Night goes there, and we just have a spare turtle. Oh, I got instant stunned. Too bad. Yeah, Righteous Fire, I have mixed feelings about Righteous Fire with the League mechanic. It's really nice that even when you get stunned, you keep doing damage. But the like single target's so low that really doesn't feel like you're making much progress on things, and it's hard if they're staggered to actually make any progress at all. At least solo. I am just getting continually stunned, apparently. There we go. Yeah, that's fair. Like, I'm not saying like Righteous Fire can't be good. It's just like where I'm at right now is I don't have that.
Hello.
Yeah.
I offer only the best.
I think we get another Goliath of the Night because we've got a bunch of extra turtles.
A strong choice.
Such an easy mapper to get going. That's true. I have liked that. Okay, so turtle, backline. Actually, probably have better. So we get a Spear Dancer on the backline. Goliath of the Night forward. And other Goliath forward. Spear Dancer defense. Turtle mid. Oh, you got one shot. Not ideal. Oh, and Dime's getting hit hard too. Something in their backline looks scary. Certainly a whole lot going on my screen. Yeah, the Spear Dancers are so good on defense because they have like that dashing teleport. Like as soon as one of the towers starts getting hit, they're already there. Speaking of minions in here, my stone golem never seems to survive the first wave. I have to like resummon it a couple of times throughout this. Luckily I can sustain RF without it, but ooh, rarity. That's getting put towards good use. Don't know if anyone wants a 6-link mace. Okay. 750, 750, 500. I know which one of these I'm doing. Okay, so here, people all on the back. Something like this. And that totem was just entirely uncontested, apparently. So, that worked. Trying to hit defense occasionally, but like it's not really needed, so I'm helping with taking out totems here and there. Although I suppose that does risk kiting mobs back towards you all, which probably slows things down more. Whoops. Tried to help. Whoever has aggro could just walk away.
I cannot do this yet.
Okay, I think aggro's on me now. There we go. Oh, minions have it. Ah, fair enough. Okay, favor, we get a Spear Dancer. Although you and nearby allies have Tailwind is really nice. Only matters while it's alive. Hurdle. Field Master. One more round and I'll need to drop for a few minutes. Alright. For 100 more we could get a Spirit Fisher. Let's do that. Okay, so we got Fire Res. Nothing important. This one gives the most favor by a lot.
Our mortal challenger enters the field with less warriors than the opposition.
More spear people on the back line.
Opposites, we have
And we go.
ready your weapons. Fight!
Another belly. Not sure how useful I am, but I'm having fun. I mean, if you're hitting totems, you're being useful. Oh, I'm dead. Need help on defense. Funny, I can tell exactly how much stream delay there is based on the turnaround time on that. Okay, I'm back up. Should be good. Oh, never mind, got one shot again. Okay, this might be one I need to go off at, since Dime, you seem to handle that slam better than I do. Oh, what stunned me? Oh, there's a Spear Fisher up. I'm insta-stunned. Okay, that Spear Fisher needs to die. Before I could do too much else. There we go. I had clicked the totem, but for some reason it wasn't making progress. And last one. Alright, you said you were needing to take a break for a little bit, Dime? He's set up for the next one. Oh, Decor, got it. I mixed up. You guys both have blue names in team chat. Which is a really poor excuse because the names are very different lengths, but I did mix up somehow and thought the message was from you, Dime. Okay, so we get a Tide Collar. And Field Master. And I think we're good. Ender on hit with spells. Stilling Orbs are nice. I still need a few of those. I might go in Stilling Orb here. I think we're doing fine on minions. Oh, we're a little lower than I thought, actually. It'll be fine. So the 4 additional projectiles, let's get on the Tide Collar. And Tide Collar, let's get escorting this side. Build master there.
Prepare yourselves! Attack!
One nice thing about TotA, especially on defense, is it's essentially just a kind of almost a timed event. Where, like, I need to harass, but I could also eat apples. I'm often bad at making sure I get enough food in me during a long stream. I've been able to get an apple or two in here or there. Especially towards the end as things die down and like a win's pretty much certain. Almost just like AFK at a certain point. Okay, we got 800 with someone. Or 750 or whatever it was. Okay, Rockiata. Kinda want Riptide. I need 225 more to do it. Yeah, I think I sell 2 turtles for Riptide. And we go again. I think we go top here.
Defending their title, the champions once more into
Let's
the
get
ring.
Riptide. Actually, Riptide we don't want as a flanker. We want Riptide on defense. I think we get Spearfisher. Or the Spirit Dancer is the one we get on flank. There we go. Okay. I think we've got defense under control. I can probably help out a little bit on offense down here. Oh, got stunned. I weakened the front towers a little. Especially the bottom one. I think I need to back off those so you aren't dealing with volcanoes. Okay, do you like boars?
I've been waiting.
Another turtle is probably just fodder to sell later. So here, one turtle's not quite going to be enough, so we wait on that. Buy scarabs. mean, they are just rusted reliquary. Probably still scarabs. Use those with magic finding later. Oh, I got... Like, I was like, there's nothing around, I'm going to briefly hit this totem, and got stunned from a projectile from way off to one side. Oh, I think this is one of the slam guys. I'm going to try to keep a bit of distance. Fortunately, Righteous Fire is bad at keeping distance. It looks like we've got this in the bag. Perfect. Yeah, two-player, like, makes this so much better. That was something I noticed too. Like, I think I'd find it frustrating to do solo. Usually doing the defense stuff. Yeah, and I think I slightly prefer attack, but like, I'm fine with either role, and I think Righteous Fire's a little bit better suited to defense. I'm fine with whatever. If you want to swap occasionally, I'd be down taking attack sometimes. That means 3-player no good? I mean, multiplayer's good in general. I don't think either of us are saying, like, you were making it worse or whatever. I think it did help speed it up. We go here. And... feel free. Alright, might swap and take attack here and there. Ooh. Let's see. I kind of want to try out Death's Guide, but I think I'd have to sell too much to get it for it to be worth it, unfortunately. Mystic Prophet I barely have to sell for, though. I think I just take the thorns off of this, get Mystic Prophet, and call it good. Alright, I'll take attack on this one if you don't mind. Okay, we take one of these off and put that down. Get a Mystic Prophet on Escort. Gear Dancer on attack. I think that's good. Ooh, League Mechanic? Yeah. Have an ad break coming up in a couple of minutes, but I'd be happy to talk through the League Mechanic if you want, Reader. Since we were talking about that the other day. Also, hey, welcome to the stream. Or welcome back, I suppose. Okay, I was playing like I was on defense again. Whoops. Let's find a tower. Whoops, slammed. Alright, I'm holding defense until you're back up. I've been here lurking. I'm just so bad at saying that. I think you did comment earlier, and I think I was assuming you were lurking, but I just slipped up at saying, like, welcome to the stream instead of, like, welcome back or whatever. Multiplayer seems really good this league. Yeah, and it's nice. It's been, like, the vast majority of League mechanics. Oh, the totem's healing, despite every single one of our minions on it. There we go. Yeah, it's been nice having a kind of multiplayer-oriented League mechanic. most League mechanics feel like multiplayer is bad for the majority of them. Okay, so yeah, Reader with the League mechanic. Might be slightly easier to start description from the start of a event soon enough. Which I could do in a moment here. I'm back, did you miss me? We died so many times. 325 is just enough for the equipment. And we get Field Master, I guess. Probably should have gotten a Goliath. Mind of the Council. Okay, so the general idea here is that there are totems on both sides, and the totems summon the minions that are associated with them. So you can kill the minions on the enemy's team, and they will eventually come back as long as their totem is still alive. So you can break totems by standing on them, left click, and just channeling until they break. However, if you get hit while doing so, you get stunned for an incredibly long time. So you'll see, like, I'm channeling on a totem, and I'm right now watching for anything nearby that might hit me. And if I see something approach, I let go of the totem and either go to a different totem that isn't being defended and start breaking that one, or I deal with the threat and take out the thing that's stopping me from being able to charge it, and then go back to breaking it. Your minions, your allies, will help take out totems. So you want to have in the attack and flank and escort positions minions that are good at doing that. Ooh. Well, I know which one I'm taking. I see why having friends play is a good idea. Yeah, so you have minions that will go, or the enemy team will go and attack your team's totems. And there's a totem corresponding to the player characters in the fight as well. And so, if the player character totem is under attack, it will delay you being able to respawn if you die. And if your totem disappears, you die. So here we are at the start of a new tournament. And I am putting things in various positions. The spear dancers are really, really good at defense because they have like these long, like dashing, like thrusts. So if something's attacking one of your totems, they'll close distance and interrupt their damage to your totems really fast. A lot of the animals tend to be good for escorting and going around. And I have just some like basic melee stuff up front on attack. So attacks will just go forward. Escorts will tend to go around the outsides and try to get their totems when they're not paying attention. And the escorts will, I believe, only go after you have like other minions that are going. So they'll wait for an attacker or a flanker, is my understanding, before they go. Oh, so here I just got stunned and then killed. Wow. Oh, we all died. Hopefully they don't attack our totem. Okay, I think we're good. We should be able to recover. But there's a tournament that's made up of a bunch of individual events. And the goal is to try to win all the events you can, but you get favor from each of the events that you win. and a little favor when you lose too. And the goal is to get enough, like you can only use favor within a tournament. You lose it all when the tournament ends. And you spend that favor to get more totems and more minions on your side. Escorts follow you around according to the tooltip. Oh, okay, cool. I might have had a misunderstanding there. Does co-op give opponents another champion on their side? I haven't paid close enough attention. I don't think so. I think it's just the one still. But even if they do get an extra champion, having like the ability to play split is absolutely worth it. It would take a massive amount of like buffs to their side for it not to be worth having a second person to play defense. Co-op gives +1 unique per ally and 50% chance for a random reward for that player. Okay. But yeah, like playing with 2 people versus 1, the difference is pretty dramatic, I think. I think I trade in 2 for a tie collar. Appreciate the correction there, Doug. Ooh, attack damage leached his life is potentially decent. But early on, I tend to really favor... you can see from the sponsors here how much favor you're going to get. And I tend to really favor rewards that give a lot of favor, especially early. Doesn't cost that player any coin though, so it's pretty good as well. Yep. But I could see attack damage being leached his life. I guess it's just 0.5. There's a lot of ways. If you're going leech, you get enough leech anyways. I'd probably just go for favor here. And I prefer Katava Tribe favor over the others. But over time you'll get a feel for like what's good on attack versus defense. Generally speaking, the the totem things that you can get, that you can place, that don't give units but give you some sort of buff or something, seem to mostly not be very good. Oh, I'm supposed to attack. And equipment, there are a couple of equipments that are really good, but for the most part, the big priority is getting a lot of allies. Having a lot of allies up at once is really important, and you want to fill out your team early. I'm also being a bad example for this, but it can be good to see what totems your allies are going for and focus down those same totems. That way they break much faster. Totems keep healing. All right, so we have some favor here. I really like the boars. The boars, like passively, they like consume corpses and prevent them from reviving for a while, which really helps, like buy opportunities to break totems and like get ahead. Righteous fire equipment is one of the really good pieces of equipment. I think that's worth prioritizing getting. But for the most part, I don't value equipment all that much. At least not until you filled out your team. So here I am 250 short. I like Hinakora's Horn a lot, so I think I'm willing to sell 2 sages to get it. Yeah, you could host one decor and I can help out. You're back? Alright. Evasion, reduce defective shock on you. None of the rewards are amazing. This one gives the most sponsor, but this gives sponsor for TotA. I think we do this one. Another boar flanking, and Hinakora's horn I want to give the Righteous Fire to help keep it alive and have it escort. Over time you get a feel for like what different enemies you need to worry about as well. Like I was getting charged by a bird earlier. The Thunderbirds have no health. So I just briefly stopped channeling on the tower and killed the bird and went right back to the same tower. Oh, Einar. I could take defense here if that would help. So the birds you can just kill really, really fast and then go back to what you're doing. The boars have a little bit more health. I earlier stopped and killed the boars and went back to the same tower, but only because there was two boars of similar health and I could kill them both in one go. When it's just one boar, I tend to just dash away and start working on damaging the next tower. A tower that's further away since they're slow. Ooh, more Righteous Fire.
Hello again.
You'll get a feel for which of the vendors you like most with some time as well. Okay, I think I get another Hinakora's horn. The healer seems nice. I'd like to experiment with the healer. Fortunately, it's really expensive, so I think I save up for the healer. Because I could sell stuff to get it now, but that's going to leave us with not a lot of allies. And I have lost these before by going too thin on how many allies I get. Oh, I do want to check real fast. I'm saving for Motto, which looks like that. So Mata is not offered as any of the rewards here. Okay, so we just go with the scarabs. Let's get a Righteous Fire on the other Hinakora's horn. And an attacker there. I think we actually put this back of the escorts. Want to stagger them a little bit. Oh, whoops. Yeah, these Ravagers are amazing on defense. If I realized one was up, I would have handled that differently. But they will occasionally do this attack that leaves these volcanoes everywhere. And those volcanoes will just continually hit in a very large area, preventing like you from making any progress on any totems in that area. Okay, so here there's enough things up at once. I'm going to just focus on killing for a moment. Need to buy us a little bit of time and space to work on totems. Oh, whoops, I did not see the Thunderbird. I was watching the Spearfisher to see when they were about to wind up for an attack. And any moment. There we go. Bullfight Scarab. Other rewards. These are similarly bad. Ooh, recover life on kill is nice. So we get this one. I think we also get equipment here. We're towards the end.
Strength and courage earn glorious fates. To plow a field.
Equipment's also possible stuff to sell. So now, last round I saved. I'm wanting to try to get the healer. I am 750 off. That is so expensive. I think I need to save maybe even a little longer, or I might just not be able to get it. Probably better just to go for the big turtle. That I only need 500 for. Okay, I want to try those big ones. I don't think it's worth it. We're getting close enough to the end, and we need to be filling out numbers. Trawler is super good. Maybe we save for Trawler, because I think we can still get favor for that faction. Okay, so... Yes, we, doesn't really matter. Okay, so we get Fire Breather up center, Boars on the side. Split those. Let's get the Sages in the center, Fire Breathers on the side. And then on the boar, let's give that this. And reduced time to revive. Those both have Righteous Fire. That has something. Give this Ear Dancer on defense the reduced time to revive. And let me know, Dime, if you're wanting to swap back to attack. I'm more than happy to switch off here. Especially since I know you said you're needing to be ending soon. Oops. I dashed like an instant too late there. Got stunned. But on attack, I tend to bounce around between towers quite a lot, looking for one that's like open that I can make some progress on. And it's only when there's no towers in the clear. I'm on defense. Okay, looks like you're back up. When there's no towers out in the open, then I focus on killing things until I can focus on towers again. But like here, as long as they're not bothering me up in this corner, I just chill up here and take out towers. I greeted on that. Multiple projectile enemies up. I greeted so hard. It was low, and I'm like, maybe they'll target something besides me. Okay, last round gives us a bad bow. Like a Hamus. Awesome. Bit of progress towards Lore Weave, if nothing else. Okay, so it's this faction we were still getting favor with. Lunar Turtle is really nice. I think this is the one we end up selling stuff for. So we sell that. We still need another 225. We sell a Sage. Now we need 100. That sell for yeah, that sells for over 100. Perfect. Now we have a cool turtle friend. And then there we just buy the cheap one. Alright. So the turtle, I think, would probably make a good defender. Dragon Fang's Flight. This one's Puncture. So let's have Turtle center on defense in the back. Sage on defense. Spear Dancer defense. Or actually, no, Sage on attack, because we have a Spearfisher we want on defense. There we go. Should be good. I don't know if that just failed to hit me or if I just let go at exactly like the last moment. Stunned. Oh, it spun around suddenly. Sitting there watching it, like, waiting for any indication it changed targets, and it just did this spinning attack and hit me from behind. Yes, Ellie Res. I guess it was a 6-link though, I didn't look at that.
This cannot be real, but it is.
Alright. I know, Dime, you were saying you were needing to go earlier. I should probably make a little bit more progress on campaign anyways. Right? And even after all of that, there's still a massive number of silver coins, partially because Dime contributed a bunch. I think I have more than when I started. Multiplayer, like, if you have multiple people contributing coins, and you're running them together, the coins go a long way. Appreciate it, Dime. Yeah, 300 coins would take a long time to get through. Is Atlas running him solo? I don't know if you'd know. Yeah, on Siege Ballista. Okay. All right, I'm going, and Decor has 83 too. Oh yes, Decor. I was going to help you 2 years. Almost forgot. My bad. But yeah, you go to your area, and I should be able to jump to you. One sec, Decor. Let me get this real fast. I'll be right back. Thank you. And selling this. And putting this away. Good to go whenever. And I could play defense Decor, since Righteous Fire is pretty good at that. Yeah, not a huge deal one way or the other. Decor will be fine, I think, either way. Generally, the melee ones, like the turtle, I tend not to put on defense. I tend to put those on flank or on like attack or escort or something instead. Because on defense, you really want the like ranged ones, like the little mage thing that you have on frontline right now, for example, or the spear guys or something. Shouldn't be a big deal with it being 2-player, but if you end up running these solo at all, it can make a big difference. Wow, the difference in scaling is noticeable. That monkey died so much faster than I'd normally kill it. You got that with no metacrafts? Did it just drop that way, or did it start with the essence? Okay. So you essence for the +2. And you just left into the +1 with it. Toss a bow for here and start working on a better one with multi-mod. Fair enough. Let me see if I can convince that Ravager to turn around. Ravager's giving you all sorts of grief up here. Oh, don't let it take out our player totem. Okay, I think the Ravager's on me now once the volcanoes stop. Oh, never mind, it's gonna respawn. They have so little health. Yeah, like I've said before, the Ravagers are crazy on defense. Okay, I think I just need to up the damage and try to kill things. Yeah, that's one totem down. There we go, that's the progress. Funny how dramatic that stun animation is. Character like just slowly like does the Matrix a bit and like flails about in slow motion for the full like 5-second stun or whatever it is. I think I'm feeling some orange flavoring in the water today. Been a while since I've done that. One of those things that's like slightly sweeter, almost a little too sweet, but every once in a while I'm in the mood for it. Teeny bit more. Tastes almost a little bit like, almost like orange cream, like orange creamsicle, like popsicles or something. Not quite like that, but similar. Alright. A little outnumbered. I'm going to have to focus a little more on defense now. Shouldn't be too bad though.
A tree may fall, but the forest remains. Rains of sand fall
Oh, lost one tower. Oh, and I'm stunned. Thing has like no health left. That stun is so long.
A tree may fall, but the forest remains. Choir of souls. Death from on high.
Okay, I've been trying to help with attack, but I think I need to focus just full-time defense now. Down to only a couple left. At least if there's anything forward at all. Still have potential for flankers on the bottom. I think this Mystic Prophet's the flanker. Yeah, Mystic Prophet's definitely the flanker.
Death from on high.
Yeah, all these ranged things keep stunning us whenever we try to touch the towers. Okay. They're staggered so that, like, as soon as one dies, the next one's up. Okay, pick out the flanker, that's big. Try to see if any of these are already low. Front one looks like it's been hit. Well, this has been an absolute slog. Something about like the combination units they're using or something maybe. And they're back and I'm stunned. Almost. Okay. Now we should be able to deal with like the one remaining unit much better. If it even has time to respawn.
Challenger wins.
Yeah, this for the players out there. Check out this dope shit, man. Players running down, we getting paid. Another day, another dollar living in the bay. Hustling for my baby, trying to plan my escape. I ain't staying in the matrix, really trying to get my papers. Players never die, we getting paid. Another day, another dollar living in the bay. Hustling for my baby, trying to plan my escape. I ain't staying in the matrix, really trying to get my papers.
Takes so long to go to each vendor. I know you're going as fast as you can, Decor. It's not a complaint. It's just like this aspect of the league mechanic definitely needs improvement. How close are we to the end of the tournament? Probably another like 3 rounds or something. Or like maybe 6 people left. How many opponents were left roughly? I did forget to mention earlier, it's a double elimination tournament. Reader, I don't know if you're still lurking and listening in, but with it being double elimination, you can lose 1 round and still continue in the tournament. But if you lose 2 rounds, then the tournament is over. Well, I got stunned fairly deep. We're probably losing a totem for that, unfortunately. Well, I was able to recover it. Backline, which we are supposed to have defenders that'll do something about that, but don't know where they were. Okay, Death Guy needs to go. Sitting here plinking any one of us that are near totems. I don't know which of these totems that guy is from. Okay. Should be done real quick here. Kahunuku's one of the more annoying ones, I think, when you're trying to attack. Lots of big AoEs. Or not AoEs necessarily, but like long-range projectiles that can hit multiple targets. Been seeing health bars resetting like in weird ways on the totems that I don't remember seeing before. Decor, once you're ready for the next round, I'd be curious to hear how many opponents are left. Give me a rough idea of how many rounds are remaining. I wish there was a little bit more for others in the party to do. Okay, so 2 rounds left. Wish there was a little bit more for others in the party to do during this phase. At least ability to like look at the rewards or see the next round, so a party member can help plan. Ooh, got a big turtle. Awesome. Okay, we're late enough. I should be taking defense pretty seriously. I got stunned as the tower broke. Okay. Managed to keep everything up. I'm like noticing how much difficulty scaling we're running into on my tournaments now. I wonder if it would be worth like taking some deliberate losses just to reset for time efficiency, given we have the silver coins to do so. It's so much faster to kill things on this difficulty. The good tat starts dropping at 500 rank. Okay, I didn't know that there was a threshold. Wonder how far along I am. Have to see where my rank is. Thank you, numbers. Damage taken, recoup. Alright, this is the last round. Makes sense to probably spend whatever you can. More units would probably be nice, but it's probably not a huge deal at this difficulty either way. This is also where I look at, even if the only thing I can afford is bad equipment, I'll buy bad equipment somewhere to consider selling it to afford a unit somewhere else. Oh, and is there a way to see? I probably have to go to my own Halls of the Dead to see where I'm at with rank. Thank you, Dime. Yeah, it's a relatively common drop for Mover at Siri. Which is nice. Yeah, that sounds right, Time. That or second most common, or like tied for most common or something. The Spearfisher you have on TotA core might make sense to swap with the 2 TotA you have on the back. Would help a bit with defense. The all of the spear ones are really, really good on defense because they either have good fast range attacks or very long range like dashes or teleports to close space. Constructs a very long wall. I'll have to try that out. Oh. Something made it to our back line. Oh, what stunned me? Didn't see anything up on my screen. Oh, that was not the button I meant to hit. Wow, I think my hand got off on the keyboard. Or at least that'll be my excuse. I did not mean to click that totem. The AoE turtle's right there. Okay, I need to focus up on defense. We've lost a couple of towers. Grimro has a guide out. The good rewards come from specific final fights, so there's a bit of strategy involved in terms of saving specific folks for the end. Okay, that's good to know. I'll have to check that out later. Is there any chance you'd have a link to that guide you could drop in chat, Garden, of numbers? Don't think I've ever called you Garden before. Mirage Archer up above the totems are annoying. Okay, now the Mirage Archer's down. But not the Autumnal Archer. Do you want the doc or the video? Either or both. Whatever you have. One will probably lead me to the other either way. Thank you, Orange. And thank you, members, as well. It poofed. Ah, it's too bad. You are far more gambly than I am at a time. I will gamble cards, but I usually don't gamble cards that I like making reliable, like steady progress on. If it's a set where I'm like, I'm going to realistically complete this given a little bit more time, I don't gamble it. I save the gambles for the ones where I'm like, might not finish the set over the course of a league. But that's just me personally. I'm not saying that's the right way to do it. Gamble if it's one I'm not going to farm for 100% of the time. I mean, that's kind of a little bit what I was saying, but like for me it's also like, even if I'm not going to deliberately farm for it, if it's something that I'm going to like eventually just get naturally. Think of the content. You're not wrong. I do lean a little bit more towards gambling now than before I started streaming. Yeah, for me, if I like just haphazardly accidentally stumble into like half of a set within like 2 weeks of playing, I'm like, I'm probably going to get the other half of the set within the next 2 weeks, so I spend the life force on maybe doubling it, but maybe losing it. The gambles are fun, I'll give you that.
The newcomer seeks to become champion. The other challenger for the final battle of this tournament will be...
Got very little use for yellow at the moment. That's fair too. Mainly purple, blue, I'm using for clusters. That makes sense. Alright, should be the last round. Oh, that was not where I meant to dash.
I see you.
Another yoke. Oh, I was watching the archer. I didn't see the spear person. I wanna archer. Okay, Ahuana's dead. Now we can knock out the remaining totems. Hopefully unharassed. There we go. Barracks pass. That's one of the common barracks. Alright. Yeah, no problem, Decor. Definitely much better with 2 people. Alright, so I want to check and see what my own rank is at for TotA. Where would I see that? Have to go here. Okay, so I'm at rank 262. So I still need to push quite a bit of rank then. Okay, that makes sense. It would be unfortunate if, like, the meta was just to D-level, D-rank those fights until you're back at 0 every time. Alright, switching characters. And then I'm going to go to the other room real quick to grab a paper bowl to put some chips in. And I'll be right back and starting making progress on campaign again. Oh, that's a bit much. There we go. Having some flaming hot Cheetos, which are gluten-free, fortunately. A good number of chips are actually gluten-free. A lot of them are potato or corn-based, which are both fine. Okay, so I'm skipping essences. Really just sprinting quest to quest for the most part. Killing blue packs along the way. Apparently had too much in my inventory. There we go. We want to sell from the items I grabbed. And before I forget, I need to have hill since there's dairy in the Cheetos. Okay, so mine's 1. There's nothing I really care about in here. Still haven't seen a Vermilion Ring drop, unfortunate. I haven't either, but I also haven't been in red maps for very long. Good luck time. Mine's 2. I need to be on the lookout for Desiree.
Feels like something stirring in its sleep.
Yeah, it looks like the sort of side passage that could have had Desiree hiding. Can't quite use that yet. More silver coins. There we go.
My gift from one fighting woman to another district. My mana is gone.
Yeah, I'm excited to have this character up and running. Legion's fun. Looking forward to pushing Legion, and then as soon as I get that jewel, I think I'll be able to transition to at least like partially Magic Find. Wasn't planning when I was last talking about it, like yesterday, day before, I wasn't planning on getting to leveling this character quite this soon, but I ended up talking myself into it. Because I think the group as a whole could use the 5th slot on map devices sooner rather than later.
This is one deeply troubled
And
mountain.
main reason I think I wasn't wanting to switch in level sooner is I'm just not a huge fan of the campaign. And that wasn't a very good excuse for delaying. We actually have a lot of the parts for the Magic Find build already, and the parts that we're missing are some of the things that having the Lightning Arrow build online would help me find faster, like the Timeless Jewel. Oh, is that a dead end? I could have sworn that would be the way forward. Alright. There we go. Spend these points to help fix mana a little bit. Puncture. Ecclesia's Grace. I don't know if I've personally seen a Puncture yet. I have seen Ecclesia's Grace. I'm sure like league-wide Puncture's probably dropped too. It's not like crazy rare or anything, but I just don't know that I've seen one personally or in chat yet. Congratulations. Oh? Large. Although, someone was saying yesterday, I don't know if it was maybe Estu or something, that apparently you can do a variant of, like, that sort of Magic Find build with Large as well in a different socket. So I'll have to look at Large and see if there's anything I could do with that. But possible that might be good enough. Oh, it's nuts for you? Awesome. What does it let you reach? Save 7 points? Man, that seems fantastic. I was on autopilot, and there's no exit here. Go the other way. Awesome. I do really wish the game had some sort of, like, I've already done the campaign this league, like, it's just a waste of time. Let me do, like, some sort of alternative or faster, like, progression with a second character. Like, I don't mind, like, starting with everyone needing to run through the campaign or whatever once. but like the second time just feels like such a waste of time to me. Like I don't care about anything in the campaign. It's largely just a errand for me to run through to be able to play the game again on a different class. I don't know what you all think of the idea of like some sort of alternative leveling, or the idea of being able to like potentially skip or like pay something like not real life money, but like something in game to be able to skip some or all of campaign or jump to a certain point or whatever. I just want to level and delve. Delve, at least I feel like I'd be getting some things that might be useful. A couple fossils and resonators here and there, even if it's low delve, like it's better than getting like a chroma recipe item and campaign. We're past the point of people caring about a 5-link like that. This is all campaign stuff, so I shouldn't be picking it up in the first place. We can swap out a life flash now and mana flask. Also could swap those out. Level. And I want to switch this back to the leveling build. Okay, so I've got everything from this tree now. So we go to Act 4 to 5. Alright, makes sense. Hey Squirrel, how are you doing? I am doing well. Currently working on leveling a character that I'll be using for Magic Find in a little while. Probably a couple days out from doing Magic Find, but rapidly approaching that. Collectively, we have a fair number of the uniques and stuff that would be needed for it. Main thing is I need to get to maps and get the character farming Legion, because there's something I need from Legion. But I am excited to get Magic Find online, start doing some party play. LA build? Yes. The plan would be to go... Snoobe had a... Lightning Arrow Scorch Magic Find build using the Mana Bond arrows, or Mana Forged arrows. It's not this one, but... the original build was this. So it's Ball, Lightning Arrow, Trinity, Mirage Archer, like all that stuff. And then the Mana Forged arrows with Burning Arrow, Ice Shot, and Lightning Arrow to proc like all of the elemental ailments. And another mana forged arrows with frenzy and coaling strike to get the colon, and some power charge generation, and all sorts of magic find uniques. And this build assumes like a ideal one passive voices, which we're not going to get, and a specific sublime vision that I'm not counting on getting. Storm Shroud I'm not planning on getting. Requires a massive Thread of Hope, which maybe we get, but I'm not wanting to count on it. Lots of double corrupts I'm not planning on getting, but even if I take all of those things out, I was able to like make a kind of tentative version of the build that's a little more realistic for us to shoot for, that still has over 9 million full DPS, which should be good enough for like semi-juiced or juiced T16s, especially if I'm playing with a Aura bot or a Link bot or some sort of support. And still has pretty good magic find. But the main thing that I'd be needing to get here is a Elegant Hubris with Supreme Ostentation. Saw an SSS streamer start Lightning Arrow and convert to Tornado Shot. Looks fun and fast. Yeah, I did a Poison Tornado Shot last league for Magic Find. And it was a little bit scuffed. It was in pure SSF, and the defenses in particular were not ideal, but the build was very fun to play. And it did work. Occasionally I just died, but overall it did its job. It was fast and gave me a bunch of extra quant and rarity. That's all I'm after. Ooh, Azeroth's Touch. Or Gentle Touch, or whatever. Yeah, the Poison Tornado Shot Magic Find build wants those, but that's not what I'm aiming for. That was a part of the reason I didn't end up doing the Poison Tornado Shot Magic Find in the community event last league, is we never ended up getting them. AG wants this? Kinda risky. AG. What's AG? I'm missing that acronym. If I get far enough on my starter, I'm probably going to start up a Lightning Arrow build. Yeah, Lightning Arrow is a really fun one. Animate Guardian, got it. Yeah, I tend to like bow builds a lot in general. I just really like the zoomy playstyle. Don't mind being a little bit more glass cannon. It means I get to zoom through maps and blow things up. Before I started streaming like looking at Magic Find and Unique Collection and these other things, my end game was usually some sort of bow build, running Queen of the Forest for extra zoom, just zipping around, blowing up maps. Still have the POBB for Aura bot, I forgot to grab it. I think I saved it, yeah. Need just a minute, but after this fight I can pull it up. On the unique items, do I just try to catch you online to trade you? Yeah, there's a couple of options. So you could trade them to me when I'm online to add them to collection on my end. If you are interested in joining our guild, we have a unique collection tab in the guild that you can use to deposit to, and I transfer things over to the other stash occasionally. Right now things are a little bit in flux with us playing in the event with another guild. Like they have a larger unique collection than we do at the moment. More players online and a little further along in general. And so I need to figure out yeah, we do need to start updating the spreadsheet, but need to figure out for sake of like a unique collection if like how we'd want to handle for those wanting to pursue unique collection, tracking that across the league with multiple guilds. In the last event, we had the like official collection in one of my personal tabs, because personal tabs you can have accessible from the browser, so anyone can, whether they're in the guild or not, pull it up on the web browser and see what is in the collection versus what isn't. But there's other ways of handling that too. We have a spreadsheet for showing what we do and don't have, but that doesn't like actually show the items. Okay, so we have Horribot here, which taking a second to open up. Export, generate, share. There you go, Decor. Oh! Oh, that's plus to level. Yeah, the fracture I'd be looking for, I don't think the Magic Find build cares about plus to level. I think it wants the +2 arrows, additional arrows. For a second I thought that was the 2 additional arrows. I'm not in a guild, so I can do whatever. They're all bottom level unique, so probably I already have them, but maybe I have something. Yeah, I could get you an invite to the guild. Let me do so. Are we friends in game yet? If not, you can add me. My in-game name is KarenDev MF currently. Once I get the invite, I can add you back and send you the guild invite. Or if you say something on global, you can, I can add you off of that, or vice versa. Oh, when you get on later. Okay, got it. And yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. We have those the 3 uniques you mentioned. I think we have Dreadarch. I'm not certain on the other 2. They aren't like overly rare ones, as you mentioned, so we may already have it, but I'm just not confident one way or the other. Fair enough. I assume most of what I find is common as I'm still learning. Yeah, like a lot of the like there can be rare uniques that drop early, but some of the rarer ones have like higher like drop level requirements where some might not appear until like later in maps, and the ones that can appear early, some of them are just weighted really low. So if you're finding like tens of uniques, or like ones or tens, or even like 100 uniques or whatever, you're probably not finding the like rarest ones. Those happen more as you're like farming maps and seeing like thousands and tens of thousands of uniques over time. Some of them are just weighted so incredibly low. I think we might have a... Not sure if we have something like that, but there is... Oh, that's the boss. One sec. I knew Piety was in that room. I don't know why I spaced it. Decided I could alt-tab for a second. Like this magic helm that's 4-linked whites, but it's only level 27. Yeah, so with the unique tiering, there's this page on the wiki that is the best approximation, like the most recent approximation we have for each unique of what tier the unique is. So you can see like axes, there's a whole bunch of tier 5 ones. Excuse me, and tier 5 is very common. Like most of the uniques that you see drop are going to be tier 5. Tier 4 is still like reasonably common. Getting to tier 3, like you'll see some tier 3s if you're like running a lot of maps and getting a bunch of uniques. You'll get tier 3s occasionally, but there's a bunch of tier 3s, and if you're like doing unique collection, you'll probably have gaps. Like tier 3s is when you'll start like having gaps where maybe you have a bunch of them, but not all of them. And then as you get to tier like 2s, 1s, and then tier 0, things get extremely rare. And so you could see the weightings for when you're just mapping, things usually use the regular value tier weightings. And so over half of the uniques that drop are going to be tier 5 uniques. And then of the remaining ones that drop, if you take out all of the tier 5s, something like 3/4 of them are going to be T4s. And then of the remaining ones after you take out the T5 and T4, practically all of the remaining ones are going to be tier 3s, because tier 3 is more than 10 times as likely as T2s. And when you're getting to like the T1s and T0s, in order to like have a realistic chance at naturally dropping these, you need to be seeing thousands or tens of thousands of uniques drop to start like getting realistic chances at T0s like dropping sometimes in that pool. And that's not even taking into account the like level requirements and stuff, as I mentioned earlier, or some uniques being specific to certain like league mechanics or only obtainable via like recipe or div cards, although a lot of those aren't as bad. Studio Steve, have I added you in game? You're also welcome to add me if you want. Ow. Chaos damage hurts because I've done absolutely nothing for my chaos res.
Your kind leave nothing but scars, Galagaro.
It's relatively little chaos damage in the campaign anyways, so usually it's not a problem. But every once in a while you run into something that just wrecks you with chaos damage.
Beauty shall prevail. Give in to grace. We destroy so much.
Hey, another brass dome. Yeah, I'd put myself probably fairly low on that list, given I am working on playing a non-Righteous Fire character that I'll probably be putting more time into in the future. Depends how rare it is. How rare the brass dome is. I might be missing something there. Okay, so my guess is I'll need to be wrapping up stream in a little while. I've got at least another half hour, but probably in like half hour to an hour or so. I won't be getting through the entirety of the campaign on stream today. There's some chance I might be able to finish it off stream, but otherwise I should be able to get to maps with the Lightning Arrow character tomorrow, for sure. Start working on Legion. I'd have to check how big of a respec it is, but there might be a chance that I might need a little bit of help with respecking Atlas Tree. I'm on the right side for Legion, so it's probably not that big a deal. But I don't know how many Atlas respecs I have. I'd have to check. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Still have some maps I can get bonuses for, which will help. But I think the first couple of those are going towards Searing Exarch altars, so that I could start getting some of that currency myself that I'm missing. Yeah, I don't have any dragon yet. But now that Numbers is in here, I'll have to message that in chat once I'm not in a boss. You're looking? Appreciate it, Numbers. And obviously, like, never expected or whatever, but, like, just, like, that awkward thing with streaming a game where I'm playing with people is I never, like, know for sure who is, like, lurking versus who I need to reply to in game chat. Just a weird dynamic. It's much easier to just reply out loud, and I've grown somewhat more used to that, but it doesn't always work. I don't know if that's something you've run into with streaming at all, Numbers. Okay. I don't know that we're actually going to be using any of this. My friends don't watch my stream. They're all too busy watching me. I'm sorry. It's true. Oh, man. Okay, so for leveling, okay, the notes I have for this. I need to eventually I'm going Trinity. Okay, looks like no column. Yeah, Numbers, when I've got the Magic Find build online, if you're still up for some party play, letting me join in and crash you and Orange's duo a little bit. If you're up for streaming, then it could be fun to do some duo streams together or something, I don't know. Obviously, whatever works. I know you were mentioning the other day, kind of debating when you were thinking of starting up streaming again. Call of the Brotherhood, nice. In Studio Steve, were you interested? I guess it's harmless to send you the guild invite too, but if you're interested, invite sent. Now you should have the guild stash in your hideout that you can deposit things into. Orange might have to make a different build, but that sounds like fun. I mean, Orange, are you getting voluntold here between me and Numbers? I don't know how open to another build you are, but I think a Magic Find party would be pretty sick. You need Olmec's Sanctum. Let me double check. I saw the message and then promptly forgot. Oh, come on. Once I'm not dying. Olmec. No, I'm good. Thank you though, Decor. If I was DPS and you pull, my build can't run southbound. Your current build or I was talking about, I was assuming that's what Numbers was saying about you'd need to potentially do a different build if we were to do that sort of party play. And, like, I'm not wanting to intrude at all if you guys have a duo going that's working. I don't know how open you are to rolling another build, Orange. Been talking about getting a T-Shot going anyways? Okay. Yeah, with Decor talking about going Orabot, could possibly get like a 4-person group going with a DPS carry or a bot, link bot, Magic Find puller. And I could help with DPS perhaps some too, which could be fun. Care about rings. Okay, points go here, and then into projectile speed. Tornado Shot's a fun one. I like Tornado Shot a lot. And Tornado Shot would also scale pretty similarly to Chain Lightning Arrow, especially if you were considering Elemental Tornado Shot. Would scale pretty similarly to the damage that I'd be doing on the Magic Find build as well. So any like auras that are shared by a aura bot or a like link bot with some auras or whatever would probably benefit both. Although currently the Magic Find build as I have it planned, and as I'd probably want to play it when there isn't a DPS carry, uses Ice Shot in the mix for being able to chill and freeze both for defense as well as for Trinity. So I need to find a way if we had a DPS carry using Southbound. We'd need to find a way to make sure I'm not freezing things. which shouldn't be too hard. I could probably just find some way to convert my freeze in my cold ailments into brittle. And that would take care of it. Any 4 or 5 passive minion life clusters? I don't think I have any. I will need to double check. I only have a handful, and most of them are listed on trade. I have not been running Delirium. Just double checking, we don't have 7 league steps yet, do we? That would be one thing that would make this leveling even smoother. I'm assuming if we did, that would have come up earlier when I was mentioning looking for twink gear and leveling. I probably would have heard them being passed around many times by now. Okay, so now we are going up this way. So many silver coins. Alright, this is where I drop Dime's cluster jewel right here. I'm sure the low eye level will not be a problem at all. By which I mean, it probably will be a problem, even if I do drop it. I'm at a point I could be maybe hitting higher move speed than I have with the unique boots I'm using Wanderlust. Love this zone for how many blue packs are in it. All the experience. That's not going to beat the unique quiver. like that's not going to beat the belt. Don't know that I've seen him like over here before during this phase. He's usually centered. Wonder what caused that. Chilling over, floating on this half of the arena. Doesn't have the bubble around him he usually does. There we go. Oh, ow. On my screen I was out of the beam, but I was still taking damage like I was in it. Weird. Also, I do not have that on attack with that moving. Should have fixed that a while ago. Make sure most of these it doesn't matter for. Those it can. Oh, I must have missed that super early on. Most of them didn't have it on. Alright, I think I'm going to probably wrap up Act 5 and then need to end stream around that time. Hey, a pyre. Pyre could possibly be good for you. There is variants of Full Dot that go Cold Ignite. I don't know if you're playing one of those, but might be something that it's worth looking into. Okay, I think this is the right way. There we go. Pathing was weird. I think I continue down this hall. Maybe here? There we go. Ad break starting any moment, by the way. There we go. Ossuary is essentially a big circle, yet somehow I always find dead ends in it anyways. Okay, if I remember right, I think it's best to drop a portal while passing through here. And I'll be able to return to that after Reliquary. Save a little bit of time. Reliquary, I'm going to go in a big circle and I'll end up at the waypoint again at the end. And the distance getting back to that waypoint is shorter than the distance running from the prior area's waypoint back to that side of the map.
I'm not up to that just yet.
There's one more part up here. Boy dying. Although as long as I picked up the item, dying there might have actually been faster than this walk. A couple spots in the campaign where if you're really speed running in softcore, deaths can be optimal. Okay, so let's go back to town. And I don't need one of those or one of those. I do want that though. And that. And have a million gems to click. It should spit us out right by the exit here. Saving me a whopping like 20 seconds or something, but still 20 seconds I'm glad I don't have to run. It'd be nice to get one more level before TotA. Should be able to. One point away from a notable on the passive tree. Oh, I got deleted. So I'm going to go ahead and re-instance so that I have mobs to kill for experience and also to get flash charges and stuff. nothing like running through a map that's we've already killed and not having any flash charges. I wasn't like that deep into this, but you're even like halfway deep into a zone. I often think the re-instancing is a good play. It gains momentum. Those are probably decent for Righteous Fire until Maven Boots. Possible I can use that on the Righteous Fire build, but regardless, I'm pretty sure it's a new unique on, like, as far as our guild collection's concerned at least. I did end up getting that just in time. I might not have gotten that without the death, actually. The re-instance probably got me more than 10% of it experience bar. I am looking forward to a bit of food after I wrap up the stream. I'm like just now realizing I'm pretty hungry. I haven't really eaten much since breakfast. Guess I did have apples and peanut butter.
Still sane, Exile.
Oh hey, thank you for the follow, Dime. Really appreciate it. Also, wait, does that mean, Dime, you had subbed without or before following? I wondered why you didn't show up on my followed channels. Must not have done it yesterday. That is hilarious. I think you are the first, not followed sub I've had. I appreciate it regardless. You do you. If you want to sub and then just not follow me and be aware of when I go live or any of that, that's your business. I do really appreciate the support. Thank you, Dime. Alright, I think I need to figure out who to raid. I'll be sat lurking for most of the league. Thank you, I really appreciate it.
Yes?
Does help.
The name's keep fighting.
Hell.
You're not the most. Hey! Don't eat the muffin.
Yeah, when I was like first getting started, like it's still impactful and still really helpful, but like not to as big of an extreme like as when I first started and I was sitting on like my wife lurking in chat or whatever, or maybe like a family member or friend lurking and helping out, but I was sitting there at like 2 viewers or something. Having like a 3rd or a 4th like made a big difference in like where the channel would appear in the Path of Exile category, which made a very obvious difference in how often people clicked in, and helps a lot. So I do really appreciate lurks as well. Okay, let's see who is live. Starting soon. Quick drink before you go. All right. Just finished up that water bottle. Gotta grab another. I think I'm going to try to find someone new to raid. Let me, Actually, no. I'm going to raid Nyx Gaming. I've raided Nyx Gaming before, but it's been a while. Alright. As usual, appreciate anyone willing to participate in the raid. Helps me network with other streamers and grow the channel. I have had a blast streaming and playing with you all. Excited to get the Lightning Arrow build leveled and start aiming for Magic Find tomorrow. But appreciate you all watching, and I'll be streaming again tomorrow and hopefully catch many of you then. Hope you all have a great rest of your day. Thank you, Numbers. Alright, goodbye.
Va falloir que je me lève. Que je recommence à zéro.